If you flee now, not only will you save your lives, but you could end up rich. So why not stay here and fight? So why stay here and fight? Why risk your lives here? Of course, they likely don't know that that area is full of Nongas and lizardmen, but I don't think I'll lose too much sleep if a few dark elves wander into danger on my advice. After all, free advice is often worth the price you pay. Required value 3, and we have 4, so we're good. Some dark elves seem unsure whether to stay there and fight me or to head for the hills. After a standstill of a few moments, one of them starts running, and then several others follow him. Traitors. Even as he yells it, several more turn tail and run. Good. There are still many left, but definitely less than before. Okay, so probably 2 ran. I bet it was a full thing and then 2 ran. That's probably what happened. There. Let's get it done. Very well, let's see if you are a match for my blades. This dark elf looks like their leader. It's going to be a tough fight. Probably not, but okay. She's very cute though for someone I have to fight. It's going to be kind of sad having to fight her. That's the last of them. Let's go back and inform the Elder Druids of our success. Yep, there we go. Got it done. Not too hard, not too hard. Okay, we still haven't done the arena yet. We probably should do that. We've got so much money now, man. So much money. I'm tempted to go ahead and start equipping the other people, but I don't know. Did we actually get anything good from the drops there? That's another question. We have Kraken's Talisman, which is Enoch only. Go ahead and just equip that to him because we can. A necklace, which I don't think any of our main characters want. They also don't want the Shuruji figure, apparently. Okay, what about weapon? It looks like Silrissa could potentially use a Dark Elf Rapier, so you know what? I'll just give it to her for no other reason than there's no reason not to. I don't think any of our main characters need this armor. That's kind of weak armor. So I'll just give her the leather helm and the padded armor as well. And she doesn't... Oh yeah, because she's got her Valkyrie's tier. So I think I'll just start equipping people from stuff we get dropped and not worry about it beyond that. That's what I think I'll do. Necklace is better than the Shuruji figurine. That Shuruji figurine doesn't seem to be very useful. Watch me have too many padded armor and have to sell some of the padded armor just because. That'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it? Yeah, it looks like we have too much padded armor and nobody wants the short swords or the bows either. So we can just sell those, I guess. And it was doing all the characters, right? Not just the ones in the party. 1, 2, 3. So yeah, it was doing all the characters, not just the ones in the party, so. I don't know. I am somewhat tempted to just go ahead and start buying stuff for people. The recommended items, just because I have nothing else to do with the money. And the items don't exactly change. And I don't know if I'll need the other people or not. So I'll just sell these because we don't need them apparently, and sell these. Still don't know what to do with Valerie's blood vial. And this directly says that's for selling to merchants, so it says in the context thingy. Zachary said it could be valuable against the undead, whatever that means. Okay, so yeah, my main character Envoy doesn't have anything better. Lena is good. Nuala is good. Lark, I could buy the Ironforge sword for him if I wanted to. It's not like I don't have the money. You know what? Go ahead and give him the Ironforge sword. Apparently the Claymore is better though. Okay. The chainmail and the reinforced cap. The chainmail again, and the reinforced cap, and the Warchief battle axe. Okay. There you go, Silrissa. Nothing there. For Desira. Vayriel likes the quarterstaff, but we don't quite have enough money apparently now. I had all the money, but buying equipment for people I'm probably not going to use just wore it out, right? Leather armor. Leather helm. Okay. That's what Vayriel. Okay, before I sell the stuff, make sure the stuff in the inventory can't be used. Like Jasper for the leather helm. We already sold some padded armor, didn't we? I feel like we did. Okay, Enoch for the Ironforge sword, maybe? Okay. Yeah, because nobody wants that padded armor. We keep getting it as drops, but nobody wants it. Nobody wants those items, so we can sell those. Okay, anything else on weapons here? Quarterstaff Stormcaller for Vayriel. Jasper, you like the Paladin's Mace, but we're now broke, so... Okay. So let's go to Amazon Citadel, train in the arena, get our levels up some more. We were fighting 3, weren't we? When I was doing solo with me and Nuala. I might switch out to this year if Nuala gets to level 19, but...
Unicorn Octopus said 5S.
Yeah, Desira is considerably slower. She doesn't really have as much offense. She doesn't have that Pain OE spell, so I'm kind of wondering if it'll actually be even worth it trying to level her up considering how painful it's going to be at this point in time. It's not like anything is really, I mean, the quests don't seem to, we're pretty over leveled, I think. Anyways, just in general. So I may just not use this here just because of how painful this battle is. This battle is proven to be somewhat painful. Her offensive is... it's not there. It's just not there. Yeah, because I mean, that pain is 11 health each turn, and that's like 55 health. That's a fair amount of health. So her pain ability is pretty good. Yeah, I mean, see, the giant spiders, by the time I even get over to start working on their health, thanks to pain, they're literally already at half health. So Nuala might honestly be one of the best characters. I mean, I obviously haven't played with all of them, so I'm not as familiar with all of them. I have a tendency to sort of get stuck once I find somebody I like, and a group I like to sort of stick to it, but Nuala is pretty good. Got both the healing and the offense, which is always beautiful to see. And then by the time I finish the second one, the second character, the third one's practically dead already because of all the pain that Nuala inflicted. See, Nuala is just good. She's just good. She's a good character. I really like her. Unless something happens, though, I don't know how I'm going to get to level 40. I genuinely just don't know. The arenas just don't seem to do enough experience. I mean, we need 500. We're, as far as I'm aware, maxing out because we're doing hard. And we're getting an average of 1 to 2. Unless the golems really do that much difference. Which I really hope they don't, because golems are bloody annoying. I mean, I guess I could use, maybe pain would work really well on them. But I don't know. I'm not sure how you would get to level 40, like, very easy at all. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. No, we're not going to, because we don't have the money, right? Because we didn't even finish Grimoire shop. I was going to say we're going to do the shop real quick. Double check on everybody, even the people I don't currently use for the giggles, but we don't. Okay, so yeah, you want the Paladin's Mace, but we don't have enough for that. Jasper wants the Paladin's Mace, which is weird because he's supposed to be the gun guy, right? And then you want either the War Chief Battle Axe or the Paladin's Mace. I could buy the Paladin's Mace, equip it to Enoch, and if it's not actually the best one, he actually wants the War Chief Battle Axe, I can just give Jasper the Paladin's Mace. That's what we'll do. Or we could just get the War Chief Battle Axe and give it to Galan, you know, something like that. Either way, we don't have enough right now, so is there anything else we need to do before we end the day? Clear the mine from goblins. Yes, let's go clear the goblins out. Again, it kicked me out of this main team. I have no clue why, but okay. We'll go ahead and put Galan in there because that'll give him the experience if necessary. And Enoch. That sounds good. We reach the mine's entrance. The mine's interior is dark and full of rocks and corners. A perfect place for an ambush. Let's proceed with caution. We don't know how many goblins are inside, nor what kind of enemies they are. I suppose most of them will be scouts and thieves. We're unlikely to encounter any wolf raiders. There wouldn't be enough space in there for them to take advantage of their abilities. Spellcasters might still be able to position themselves on some higher rocks and still strike from distance. Remember that goblins are much shorter and agile than other races. We enter the mines, and shortly after we're inside, we encounter the first group of goblins. Yep, there are definitely wizards. There's 3 of them. Unless I'm also supposed to do these missions with only 2 people. Because that could be a possibility too. But in that case, it's like you have to do all the missions with only 2 people, or maybe only 1. Which would be kind of weird, right? So I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, and it does look like you would have to, because it's equal sharing. So instead of getting 31, we would get 60 experience here if we only did it with 2 people. I don't know. Level 40 seems like a rather high level to try to get. Damn, those goblins were weak as individuals, but they make up for it with their numbers. Let's keep going. We move forward and we spot a big open space in the mine. Seems something artificial. It's unusually big for a mine. I don't like this. Team, let's split up. Half with me, the other half stay here. It could be an ambush. I move forward with my group, and after a few meters, we see several goblins coming out from all around us. Watch out, goblins. We're surrounded. One of them, a wizard, shows up and starts to speak. What have we here? Fresh meat to play with. I am Grob. Pleased to meet you. You're the leader of the goblins that are infesting the mine. Infesting. Such a nice word. Thank you. This goblin is different from others. He's definitely the leader here, but he also sounds pretty clever and dangerous. Any last words before I dispose of you, miserable dwarf woman? Wait, do you know who I am? I've never seen your face before, so I don't see how I could know who you are. Perhaps you'll know me by name then. I'm Jade. Jade. I don't know of many people by that name unless you're the envoy of Grimoire. But what would the envoy of Grimoire be doing in a place like this? This is dwarven territory. I can understand why dwarves would want to come at me with weapons, but not you. Shouldn't you be back in the Empire? Think about what the word envoy means, Grob. I represent the human empire outside of its borders, and the dwarves happen to be our allies. I suppose the dwarves told you all about how they've been hunting goblins since the old age then? Well, now is our time to fight back. We goblins are going to take back what is rightfully ours, and this mine seems like a good place to start. Interesting. When I heard that goblins had taken over the mine, I assumed they were driven purely by greed. But perhaps this Grog has other motivations beyond greed. These goblins have to be dealt with, and violence may be all that they understand. But perhaps this Grog can be persuaded to let his guard down. Melancholic and sanguine. Okay. We have 2 melancholic and 1 sanguine. So if it's a 3 check or, yeah, 3 check like everything's been here lately, we're probably going to fail it no matter what, but we'll try for melancholic. Try to instill doubt on his leadership. Isn't it a bit dark and humid inside here? Doesn't matter. Dwarves hunted goblins for years. Now we take their most precious mine. Now dwarves are furious and us goblins are happy. Good. I'm sure you thought about everything. How to get food and water. How to make your followers happy while you occupy the dark, humid, cold mines. There's nothing worse for a leader to lose his consensus amongst his men. But that won't be a problem for you, right? After all, I'm sure you've already thought about all this. Grob remained silent, looking at me and my companions, and then back to his goblins, like if to assess his chances of victory. Yeah, it was a 3 and we have 2, so that it was a fail. I'm sorry, Jade, but I don't believe a single word of what you said. But Grob is now talking to me, but also to his followers. Listen, the envoy of Grimoire is trying to fool us. Like all the others, she doesn't care about us goblins. We cannot trust her. The goblins cheer at Grob's words and start waving their weapons. They're about to attack. I quickly recalled the other companions with me who joined me in the coming fight. Curses. You might have succeeded this time, but I'll have my revenge one day. Empire Lapdog. Grob throws a potion on the ground and disappears inside a cloud of smoke. Well, he might be back, but I doubt he'll manage to recruit enough goblins to occupy the mine again. Besides, I think the dwarves will do a better job of guarding this mine from now on. Okie dokie, that's what's up. Assign skills. Hits 3 targets for 50 base damage, reducing defense by 1. See, I don't really care about either of these. Enoch. Auto-assign. Galan, auto-assign. Moving on. It could also be that there's some quests or something that give a butt ton of experience, but other than that. If it really proves to be too much of a grind, though, I just simply won't 100% this game, because if the only achievement I'm missing is nobody's at level 40, I mean, that's... yeah. I like perfecting games, but there are limits to what I'm willing to do to perfect a game. You know what I mean? Whereas any of the items we just got actually worth equipping. Okay, so nobody wants this staff bone collar thingy. Nobody wants it. Apparently. I feel like I've seen it before, but I'm not completely sure. So we'll sell all items in this category. What about the armor? Okay, yes, Enoch wants the helmet, which is a leather helmet. Better than the cloth cap. Okie dokie. And the armor, he wants the Gossamer Mage Vest. Very good. Enoch's all good. Okay, not that, again, I plan on using any of them, but in case I end up in a situation again where, like, when Sorissa was literally sitting there being unable to do anything when we were rescuing Enoch because she had no weapon, that was awkward as fuck. Okay, Ring Dragon's Tear. I want that. 3 attack, 3 defense, 3 crit hit. It's just better overall compared to this Emerald Ring. The Emerald Ring does have a ward spell, but I'm not really the defensive type, so there we go. Got ourselves a dragon ring, a Dragon's Tear ring. Okay, and apparently the Emerald Ring is better than Enoch's unique accessory. He does get a refresh, but 30 health is not much. So yeah, we'll go ahead and give him the Emerald Ring. Kraken's Talisman, interesting. And then we can equip the necklace on Galan. Sorissa, Beryl, a necklace for Jasper. And then none of these, so we'll just sell those. Okay. And I checked already on these, right? Yeah, so sell those. Okay. Okay, so back to weapons. We'll buy the Paladin's Mace. And apparently, according to this, it's better than the Warchief Battle Axe. Warchief Battle Axe has a lot more attack, but it's lower on everything else, so I guess that makes up for it. Galan, you would like the Warchief Battle Axe. Okie dokie. Sorissa is good. Beryl is good. Jasper wants the Paladin's Mace. Nobody else wants the items in here, so we can sell those and buy the Paladin's Mace. That just leaves Lyric, who doesn't want any of the weapons in here. So we're good on weapons. We're good on Grimoire weapons. Everybody has a very good weapon. That's what it looks like. Okie dokie. Just out of curiosity, armor. What about armor? We still have 215 left. You would like a reinforced cap. Well, we can buy you a reinforced cap. Galan would like a few things here. And we can buy him a plate helm. But we don't have enough to buy him the legionary armor, so make sure nobody else wants his helmet. Yes, Jasper wants the helmet. Okay, what about this new helmet? Nobody wants the leather helmet. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay, and make sure there's nothing else. Do we need to talk to a Polymisha? We finished the, Nope, he's just offering help again. I mean, we finished the quest. We helped both people out. We got rid of the Dark Elves and the Goblins. He'll probably approach us about that next day. Double check there's nothing else to do. Double check there's nothing else to do. Nothing else to do. Nothing else to do. Okay, enter. End day. Grimoire. Nothing to do there. Nothing to do there, although I will go ahead and train the arena. So we can get that level up, and maybe we'll get to level 40. Maybe not. I don't know at this point. I can already tell that today is going to be a busy day. First, I need to meet with some of the council members to discuss matters regarding what's going on at Namar. After that, I'll have to make the usual rounds, meeting up with the other members in my party before I can. Jade? You're Jade, right? Yes. Who's asking? I'm only a messenger. I was told to deliver this urgent message to you. The boy hands me a letter and then dismisses himself, hurrying off to his next delivery. I unfold it, noting that the parchment the letter is written on has a familiar, yet slightly unpleasant smell to it. Let's see, what do we have here? I begin reading the letter out loud. Dear Jade, I need your help. Bring me olive oil, salt, pepper, lemon. Hold on, is this for a food recipe? I scanned the rest of the list, noting all the other items seem to line up with that theory. Maybe the urgent part is at the end of the letter. I continued reading to find that the rest of the letter consists of instructions regarding how I should go about picking the best ingredients. Signed Enoch, Battle Mage, and Aspiring Cook. I flipped the parchment over, making sure I didn't miss anything, but that's it. That's the end of the letter. I don't think this is code for anything either. Enoch seriously sent me an urgent letter regarding food. Hey, Food is important. Food is urgent. Food is always urgent. It's important to have food. Well, as odd as it is, I might as well get him the ingredients he asked for. They're all easy enough to find here in Grimoire, and part of my job does involve keeping my team members happy. I let out a sigh and then resigned myself to purchasing the requested items. Once I've done that, I head to the swamps and meet up with Enoch, who breaks out in a wide smile when he sees what I'm carrying. You got the message then? Yes, the very urgent message. Sorry if I alarmed you, but I wanted to make sure I got the ingredients today. Why today? Because of this. Enoch goes and fetches a large golden-colored fish and shows it to me proudly. I'm not exactly a fish expert, but I'm guessing this is a rare one. It's a loca fish. As far as I know, they only live in the cold, salty water up north near where the lizardmen live. Please don't tell me you went back up there to catch a fish. You know how dangerous that area is. Of course not. I wanted the fish, but I'm not crazy. I used a dark magic spell called Possess Animal to mind control it from a distance. After that, all I needed to do was to swim down the river and let Sarissa pierce me with one of her daggers. Pierce you? Yes, as a fish. Sorry I didn't explain that, did I? I take over the fish's consciousness during the duration of the spell, so I end up seeing and feeling everything it does. I couldn't risk letting the fish get away, so I maintained it while Sarissa stabbed me. It hurt quite a bit, but I would say it was worth it. Getting stabbed by Sarissa? Yeah, I'm sure it was worth it. Judging by the sarcasm in your tone, I can assume you've never eaten one of these. I haven't. Well, lucky you. Today you'll be able to try one. Hey, to be clear, I would be willing to be stabbed by Sarissa anyways. I mean, Uwu. Today you'll be able to try one. Get used to this great recipe straight from Dingira. Dingira? Yes, you know where that is? I once composed a ballad about a dragon and 4 heroes that took place in Dingira. At least I think it was a dragon? No. Wait, yes. At least I'm pretty sure. If I'm being completely honest, I can't quite remember. What kind of bard forgets the songs they compose? It was over 5 years ago, and I had to sing it in the ancient Dingiran language. I'd like to see you try to remember it. I would. I have a good memory. I guess the point is that, yes, I know about Dingira. Anyway, sorry for interrupting. You were saying this is a Dingiran recipe? How did you get your hands on it? About that. I found it on the ground on the road to Grimoire. Enoch, I may not know you that well yet, but the one thing I know for sure is that you're not very good at lying to me. Alright, I got it from a merchant who was passing by the swamps. Enoch, please don't steal anymore. Really? We have a berserker in our ranks and you're concerned about me stealing a small piece of paper. I guess that's a fair point. Besides, I didn't steal it. I convinced him to give it to me using my charm. I can see why that might work. Did I really say that out loud? Yes, we did. Enoch responds with an amused chuckle. Thank you, Jade. I'm pleased that you noticed my charm. In my embarrassment, I avoid making eye contact with Enoch and instead pretend to have taken a renewed interest in the fish. Yes. So he just gave it to you? Really? We talked a bit and I may have flirted with him a bit and... I didn't know you were into men. Really? We haven't told you that Nagas are bisexual yet? All Nagas? Interesting. Right. I think you did tell me. Well, when you literally have nothing below the waist except for a, tail, I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense. Like, you know? What kind of parts are we playing with here, you know? Or was Sarissa? Anyway, you're telling me that you were seduced that merchant and conned him into giving away this precious recipe. Absolutely not. It's not like that at all. It's not like he's going to miss it either. He didn't even know what it was. Besides, it wasn't like he didn't get anything in return. His cart got stuck in a hole in the ground and I helped him lift the cart. You used brute force. That doesn't sound like you. Of course not. I used a minor version of my tornado spell to dislodge the cart. It got the job done just fine. Figures. Anyway, if that merchant willingly, more or less, gave you the recipe in exchange for your help, I guess that's okay. Exactly. It was a mutual agreement. I still don't feel like I'm getting the whole truth from Enoch, but I have more pressing matters to attend to. I'm not going to spend more time worrying about some recipe. Now, if you're done questioning me, I would like to get started. I let Enoch off the hook for now and take a seat nearby. I originally intended to chat with Enoch while he cooked, but I mostly end up watching him instead. There's something very graceful about the way he gently and confidently handles the whole process. It's really starting to smell good, too. That being said, it's taking longer than I thought it would. I have to go soon, so I don't know if I'll be able to stay until it's done. Well, either way, I can still enjoy watching Enoch make the dish. That's proven to be more interesting than I thought it would be. Enoch is really skilled with his hands. Ooh, ooh. Are my hands that interesting, Jade? I quickly snap out of the dazed-like state I had unconsciously slipped into. I really hope the expression I was making wasn't too weird. Sorry, I just got caught up in watching you cook. You don't have to apologize, I don't mind. I decide now is probably a good time to excuse myself. After all, I feel like this conversation will only get more embarrassing for me as it continues. Good. I'm glad I didn't upset you. Anyway, it's time for me to get going. Wait, don't you want to try my cooking first? Enoch hastily pulls the fish off the fire. I guess he really wants me to try it. Obviously, I can't say that I'm not tempted. Alright, just a bite
Stream
though.
elements.
Then I really have
Said,
to go.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Enoch nods and quickly cuts off a piece of the fish for me to try. Careful, it's still hot. I give it a second to cool and then take a bite. So, what do you think? The world won't perish if I stay just a little longer. Right? Enoch chuckles. It might. Well, I'm going to have a little more anyway. That good. Enoch, this is quite possibly the best fish-based food that I have ever eaten. You're an amazing cook. A slight embarrassed blush creeps into his cheeks. My words must have flattered him. Thank you, Jade. But in this case, I must say that having such rare ingredients made everything easy. Now this is interesting. I'm not used to Enoch being so humble. Seeing this new side of Enoch and being able to eat something so delicious has made this trip worthwhile. The next time he sends me an urgent list of ingredients, I won't even quit. That's the right thing to do. Food is always worth a little bit of trouble. And now I want some fish. I'll linger a bit longer to finish up my food and chat with Enoch a bit more before actually taking my leave this time. As I leave the swamp, I can't help but think what other dishes I'm missing out on. I really should come by more often. For the food. And for Enoch, of course. Mainly for the food. I mean, what? Okay, we can explore the tomb bird again. I'm taking this option before it disappears again. Jade, you've returned. Are you ready to revisit the tomb? I'm ready. Are you prepared? Yes, as is Nuala. I've been overwhelmed with excitement ever since Laird told me of your findings. If we're going to the tomb, then let's be quick about it. Nuala's enthusiasm is unmatched, as you can see, though I too find myself brimming with curiosity. Let's go then. I hope you brought a few friends with you. The three of us might not be enough for the trials of the Tomb of Erd. Don't worry, I have. And again, it kicks me off of the team, and we have to have Lyric. which is kind of sad. See, this might be an exact point in reference. If Lyric actually has to fight, it's a good thing I've got him beefed up even though his level is really, really low, so he can fight. Okay, so Nuala, yeah, we've got our main characters here, although we probably won't have Lyra or Desira. I'm not sure which one I would take out if we have to do Lyric. We set out in the direction of the tomb. As we walk to pass the time, Nuala, tell me what you're excited for. Nuala, you said you've been overwhelmed with excitement for this investigation. What exactly has you so excited? Urd's legendary weapons may be inside. I would very much like to see them for myself. Is there a reason that your people have never ventured into the tomb to try and find the weapons? Legend is that Urd preserved his weapons for times of need. They are not something to be used wantonly. So what has changed? Wouldn't you say we're now in times of need? The creeping corrosion of whatever infested Urd's tomb still lurks in the lands of Aravarn. If we don't end it at the source, it may return again. Besides, Baneslayer and Benediction were made for battling. They're weapons to be used in battle, not some ancient treasure to be forever preserved underground. So, just how much you believe from the tales of Baneslayer and Benediction? I believe all the stories, though I only repeat the good ones. What's a good story? A good story has a beginning, a middle, and an end. I would think that all the stories of Urd would have those. You might think, but there are some stories that tease you with a promising beginning and an exciting middle, only to leave you wanting when you discover that the story's ending is not known. Could you give an example? The battle in which Urd banished the Leech, the spirit of an ancient evil king who fused his essence to a reanimated corpse in a mad quest for immortality. Actually, in most versions of that story, the Leech was just a mad magician, not a king. Yes, but the version of the story about the mad and evil king sounds better, so that's a version I always choose to repeat. Anyway, the story goes that Urd uses axe and rod to slay the minions of the Leech. It's at this point in the story that you would expect to hear how Urd defeated the Leech. But none of the versions of the story I've heard explain how Urd defeated the Leech, only that he reigned victorious and ended the terror of the Leech. None of the versions have a real ending. None of them. You would think that with all the different versions of the story that exist, at some point a storyteller might have come up with a better ending. It is not a storyteller's place to come up with a better ending. They simply repeat the story as they observed it, or as it was told to them. So you believe all the stories are true then? Yes. How is it that you can believe all of the stories are true while multiple versions of them exist? You mean how is it that I can hear a story of a Leech King and a Leech Magician, and believe both of them when they seem to contradict each other? Yes, that would be one example. Those two stories aren't necessarily contradictory. Please explain. There might have been a Leech who was formerly a king who also practiced magic. If that were the case, then the story which reported the Leech as being a magician, and the story of the Leech who was a king, would both be correct. It could also be that they are not two versions of the same story, but two different stories altogether. After all, Urd lived a long life. It is possible that he fought more than one Leech during his travels. That could be true. I suppose you're right. Just because two stories seem to differ doesn't necessarily mean that they're contradictory. Regardless, whether or not we choose to believe the stories doesn't change the past. Whatever happened, happened. What we choose to do with the information we are given is up to us. Actually, the fact that I believe all the stories makes me somewhat unique. What do you mean? For example, Lyric doesn't believe all of the stories. I don't believe all of the stories unquestioningly, but I think all of them contain good lessons, even if those lessons are simply providing us with a heroic figure to believe in. and we oftentimes find that the answers to our own mysteries are hidden in the stories of the past. What is it that they say? A smart man learns from his experiences. A wise man learns from the experiences of others. And in the end, that's what stories are. It seems we've arrived. Look, if you focus your gaze between those two dunes, you can see the tomb from here. Now this is exciting. Just seeing the tomb in the distance is enough to excite you. It's been a long time since I've been here. Tomb. You didn't tell me I needed to go inside a tomb buried in the desert sands. Desira, calm down. We're going in all together. Not reassuring. Not at all. What is it, Lena? You think entering a tomb might upset the gods? We Amazons don't have gods. We have great mothers, which are our past queens. How do you know it? Well, I spoke with a Ptolemy Michel one time I visited Grimoire. I was curious about the gods and ancestors that other cultures choose to worship. And for what it's worth, I think it's really good that you take in such consideration your past queens. Thanks. Wait, does it mean that future generations will worship Karen? I mean, not that she isn't worth respect, but I think we should enter the tomb now. All right. Don't worry, I won't let my giddiness get in the way of our mission. I'm as alert today and ready for action as ever. Then let's get to it. Jade, look. But we killed the Emperor Scorpion. They look undead. Undead scorpions. Now I've seen it all. Look, there's also more of those black sand monsters. No time to talk. They're attacking now. Okay, so I don't actually have to have them in the party, I just have to have them sort of with me. Very good. What was that black thing? It's the same thing Jade and I thought the first time we came searching for the tomb. But you said the corruption was gone. Several days have passed since then. Might have returned. The way seems clear. Let's head inside the tomb now. Lyric leads the way into the tomb. The, o- the others, Nuala and I, follow behind them. The symbols we found the last time we entered this tomb seem to imply that we might need your talents, Nuala. Be ready. Are you all ready? I am. I'm more than ready. Let's get to it. Take us into the catacombs, Lyric. I nod to Lyric, and he begins walking down the tomb's dark passageway. Nuala taps her staff against the wall, and it begins emitting a faint light, barely enough to see by, but enough to prevent us from stumbling in the darkness. That's a handy trick. Hopefully I'll be doing more than just serving as your torchbearer. Well, you can carry my torch any day. Eventually the passageway ends, and Lyric begins running his hands over the surface of the wall in front of us. Dead end? It appears that way, but some things aren't quite what they seem. Nuala, can you illuminate this part of the wall for me? Nuala raises her staff aloft, and the wall above our heads lights up, showing symbols carved into the wall. Lyric, can you read this? Let's see. This says door concealed, sunlight reveal. So there's a hidden door, and it's revealed by sunlight. How are we supposed to get sunlight in here? Do we need to dismantle the tomb to get further? Sunlight could break the seal, but I think a flash of radiance will do in a pinch. A flash of radiance. You two might want to close your eyes for this. I close my eyes, and not a moment later I hear Nuala's voice. Rah! Even through my closed eyelids, I can see the brilliant flash of light as I hear the sound of Nuala's staff striking stone. I hear the sound of moving stone, and a cool draft begins flowing through the tomb. I open my eyes, and it takes a few moments for them to readjust to the darkness. I can make out the shape of Nuala's face grinning in the dim light of her staff. That was a neat trick. Blinding light from the inside of a completely dark tomb. I guess that was enough to open the passage. Nice trick, Nuala. Thanks, I thought so too. Let's keep going. Lyric presses forward, and as we progress further, the walls of the corridor seem to close in around us. The passage is getting narrower. Be careful. Of course. Eventually, the passageway becomes too narrow for Lyric to face forward with his broad shoulders, and he turns sideways and begins sliding down the passage with his back to one of the walls. Are you okay, Lyric? I'm feeling a bit uneasy about what will happen if we encounter some kind of foe here, but I can back up and exit the passage the same way that I entered it. So you're not worried about getting stuck. It'll take more than these narrow walls to trap me. Don't worry, Jade. As long as it's just us here, I feel perfectly safe. Well, for once, I feel I'm the right size for the job. You can say it, Desira. Still, this place gives me the shivers. Narrow? What do you mean, narrow? It's just fine. Don't brag, Galan. What if I need to climb some walls later? I can climb just fine. You've seen me already doing it. Let's keep going. Although I almost think we should stop and listen because that seems important. I'm hesitant to save over any save slots at this point. Let's keep going then. We arrive in another chamber. It's very dark. This darkness seems almost a sort of dark fog. I agree. Something is not right here. Did you hear it? What was that sound? I think you found your answer, Jade. From all around us, skeletons begin to rise from the ground. We are completely surrounded. Oh noes, whatever will I do? That was all of them. Let me look around. I see 3 more in that corner. One of them is not a skeleton. It's bigger and... Oh, hello. A giant mummy. Oh my. The dark fog, it faded? Yes, it seems that killing that mummy disrupted the dark magic in this place. I believe it's safe to go forward now. Wait, this last fight was tough. I'm not sure it's wise to keep going. That fight was not that tough. We are more than capable of going forward, dude. The path is clear now. We thought there was nobody even before we stumbled into this room. I understand your desire to explore further, and I am eager too. But I must think about the team. I can't put them all at. Shut your mouth. We are more than capable of going forward. I have an idea. Oh, what do you propose? They wait outside and recover, and the three of us go on. We asked for their help to reach the tomb's inner chamber. We got it. Hmm. I agree. Newell and I have personal interest in this. It's not fair to ask for even more help. Are you sure, Jade? No, I'm not. I'm not going anywhere. Galan? What? Don't worry, we'll be fine. Then it's decided. Lyric, Nuala, and I will move forward. You go outside and rest. I'm not sure about this at all. I am not sure about this at all, but okay. Apparently that's what we're doing. Okay, Galan. Okay. We continue forward until Lyric runs against another wall with symbols on it. Another trick door. This says first door, second door, unity. The first and the second are the same, it seems. Sounds like it's time for another dose of radiance. Wait a minute. There's another bit here. It begins with the symbol beware or warning, the same one that we saw in the main chamber. What exactly do we need to be wary of? The symbols are arranged in two patterns, two paths, one with a symbol of light and the other with a symbol of darkness. What does the part under the pattern for the light path say? Perhaps it's wrong to describe them as light path and dark path. This one actually says light heart or light spirit, that seems to imply some kind of spiritual meaning rather than a physical one. So it's not actually talking about well-lit path and the path hidden from the light. No, it seems more like this is the path of a person with a heart of darkness, and this is the path of a person with a heart of light. Which of those do you think describes you, Jade? The light heart, I would hope. Lyric, you said that each of the headings had a set of symbols under it. Can you read that part? Yes, of course. I presume you'll want to hear both of these. Which should I start with? Light path. Tell me what it says about the path of those with a heart of light. It says beginning, companion, outcome, triumph. Beginning with companions results in triumph. That seems like a reasonable interpretation. What about the other part? The part about the path of the heart of darkness. It's similar to the other one. Beginning, strength, outcome, triumph. So those who enter with a heart of darkness will triumph through strength. That also sounds like a correct interpretation. I just noticed something. Hold on for a moment. Merrick reaches down and rubs the surface with his hand. There's another set of symbols here, under each of the headings. One symbol for each side. Under the Heart of Darkness side it says boon. Under the Heart of Light side it says survival. I wonder what might be meant with by a person with a heart of darkness. I wonder. The vampires I encountered earlier, Zachary and Valerie were their names. Could the passage be referring to the vampires or the undead? It could be that what lies ahead is a test of one's purity of will. That could be true. I'm not so sure. I think it could be that what lies ahead are two paths. One path by which he who enters will be tested on the basis of fellowship, and one by which she who enters will be tested by strength. Perhaps the tablet is asking what metric one wishes to be judged by. The symbol said boon and survival. Could it be that by choosing your trial, you also choose your reward? She who chooses to be tested by fellowship will survive, but she who is tested by strength could win a great boon. Is that what you mean? Yes. I suppose that could be true. It could also be that we're completely misinterpreting the words, trying to attach meaning to etchings that were meant for someone else, or that describe something completely different. There's something almost proverb-like about this. It seems to be describing philosophy more than anything, giving any kind of concrete direction. That may be, but I would not dismiss them outright. Many trials test one's resolve and spiritual fortitude. Philosophical advice could come in quite handy. Hypothetically, which path would you choose to walk? A trial of fellowship or a trial of strength? If we're going to be challenged and tested on the basis of fellowship, I think we're well equipped for the challenge. I think we have a solid team. We trust each other, and bonds of trust are important in trying times. However, when it comes to test of strength, I am not so sure. Could Zachary and Valerie know more about this? They were slinking about here. If I decide to trust in strength over bonds of fellowship, perhaps I would do better to consult them. Let's go deeper into the tomb. Let's keep going. I think we're ready for the trials that wait ahead. I agree. Nuala, you want to give us another dose of radiance? I was hoping you would say that. Close your eyes. I shut my eyes and Nuala's radiance floods the corridor with what I can only assume is a blinding light. The stone in front of us begins moving and I open my eyes. The passage is open. I follow Lyric into a large chamber. Unlit torches line the walls. Nuala steps into the chamber after me and breathes a sigh of relief. Were you getting claustrophobic? Afraid of tight spaces? No, never. But that doesn't mean I'm fond of them. Nuala takes a moment to stretch as I survey the room. Do you think it's safe to light those torches? If you're worried about starting a fire in here, I don't see what the danger is. We're surrounded by stone and sand. At worst, the torches just burn out. Nuala, can you light those torches for us? Nuala takes her staff and taps each of the torches, giving them just enough of a spark to set them burning. Once the torches are lit, I turn my attention to the center of the room. The floor is composed of stone tiles, and 3 tiles near the center of the room have symbols carved in them. Lyric, are you ready for some reading? Each of these tiles starts with the same symbol, underneath. What else do they say? What else do they say? The first one says Dark Chaser, the last one says Lightbringer. What about the middle one? I'm not so sure. I don't recognize this symbol. I examine the symbol on the middle slate. It appears to be shaped like a skull. You're sure that skull doesn't mean death? That would be a reasonable interpretation. However, it seems odd. All the other symbols have been, well, symbolic. Their images have meaning attached. This is the only image that appears to be so literal. What do we do now? This appears to be as deep as the tomb goes, unless there's another hidden door here, and I don't see any writing on the walls to indicate that. Lyric, you said all of the floor tiles have a symbol in common. What did it say? Underneath or beneath. Seems like we're already underground. I wonder. I kneel down and examine the etched floor tiles, the one Lyric described as Lightbringer. I pick up a rock and pound it into the floor, and the tile cracks a bit. Jade, what are you doing? Just testing a hunch. Any objections? I don't think we need to worry about defiling the tomb. I think we're well past that point. I continue pounding the tile until it breaks in two, collapsing and revealing a small cavity in the floor under it. I pick out the broken bits of tile. A glint of metal flashes through the sandy debris. Need a hand? Please? Nuala kneels next to me and we both dig at the dust and broken tile until a metal rod is exposed. Nuala lifts the rod out of the floor cavity. Is that? It appears to be silver, and I'll be damned if that doesn't have the appearance of a wizard's rod. This rod, I can feel it pulsing in my hand. There's something rhythmic about it, almost like it's trying to attune itself to my biorhythm. I feel like I could enact my will through this rod. Sounds magical to me. If that tile was covering a magical rod, then... We all look towards the first tile, the one marked Dark Chaser. Jade, may I? By all means. Lyric takes his axe and drives it blunt end first into the center of the floor tile. The slate shatters under the blow, and he reaches down and claws at the broken slate, debris and dust until he exposes a handle. Could this be? Lyric grabs the handle and lifts, tearing a silver weapon from the sand. A silver axe. Baneslayer. This must be Urd's legendary axe. We got a new item. Baneslayer. Legendary, only Lyric can equip it. I see how it is. I must be holding his rod, Benediction, which is Nuala only. Now that could be useful because we've been using Nuala a lot, but we all turn our attention to the middle floor tile, the one with the skull-like symbol. Before I do that, I'm going to equip them on with these said weapons real quick, because that's just an intelligent thing to do. Even though they only can be equipped to specific people. Oh, that's interesting. It's not saying that the Benediction is better than the one I've got. We get 5 more health and 1 more SP. But everything else is negative, so Benediction isn't better than the Spear of the Great Mothers? We should keep the Spear of the Great Mothers instead of Benediction? Because that's 5 less speed, 1 less defense, 2 less damage, and 4 less crit hit. For 1 more SP, and that's not a lot of SP, and 5 more health, that's not a lot of health. So Benediction is not useful, apparently. So what lies here? Let's see what's under that stone tile. We've destroyed 2 of the tiles and been rewarded for it. We may as well see what's under the third. Aw, and that hurt Lyric's relationship. Oh, fuck you. Very well. Let's hope your sense of optimism isn't punished. But that got Nuala's okay, so Lyric doesn't like it, but Nuala does. So that's all that matters because Nuala's cute and Lyric isn't, so... yeah. Even if there is something dangerous under that tile, isn't it better to know what it is rather than remain ignorant? Perhaps you are right. Jade, would you like me to do the honors? Do it, Lyric. Lyric brings his axe down in the center of the tile, cleaving it in 2, and I reach down to pull out the slate, revealing the cavity underneath. It looks like it's the handle of another silver weapon. looks like a blade of some kind, or the hilt of one. I reach down and grasp the sword hilt, but feel a wave of energy pulls out of the ground. I feel a sharp punch to my gut, and I fly back, thrown across the room until I hit the wall. Jade, are you okay? I get up and dust myself off. Apart from some bruising, I think I'm fine. But that blade, what happened? It seemed to have a life of its own. When I touched it, I felt it pushing back, as though it were violently rejecting me. Something about that weapon feels sinister. Nuala kneels down next to the hole in the ground and reaches down. Careful, you don't want to wind up thrown against the wall. Incredible. Even without touching it, I can feel some kind of malevolent energy pulsing from it. This sword, it's nothing like Baneslayer or Benediction. Jade, I think you need to see this. Look at what else is inside this hole in the ground. I crawl over to the hole and peer in. Is that a skeleton? I think the other holes contain partial skeletons as well, though I think we crushed them to dust when we broke through the floor. They must be centuries old. Just what kind of place is this? It's a tomb. A tomb is where they bury the dead, right? Then could one of these skeletons belong to Erd? But what about the others? Suddenly the room begins to shake, and I feel the floor giving out from under me. I feel myself sinking, and I grab at a rock outcropping as I fall, but it snaps in my hand and I sink into the ground. I land on my back and several small rocks fall around me. I feel one of them strike my shoulder, and all I can think of is how grateful I am that it didn't hit my head. I sit up and try to get my bearings. I hear Nuala and Lyric's voices above me. Jade? Are you okay? What's down there? I squint my eyes, trying to see in the dim torchlight from the chamber above. It looks like I'm in another room, another hidden passage perhaps. How are things up there? The floor underneath us still seems to be stable. It's a small hole. You just happen to be standing in the wrong spot when the floor gave way. Lyric and Nuala both lean over the hole, reaching down. Jade, can you grab my hand? I try to get to my feet, but I collapse under my own weight as I try to stand. Jade, are you okay? I'm feeling a bit shaky on my legs. I'm coming down to help you. Nuala, please, you should stay up here and while I check on her. Nuala, you come down. Lyric, you stay up there. Lyric, stay up there. Nuala and I might need your help in getting back up. Okay. Stay safe, Nuala. I'll be fine. Nuala leaps down the hole and lands on her hands and knees next to me. You pounce like a cat. I always land on my feet. Can you stand on yours? Nuala reaches down and I take her hand. She hoists me off the ground. I stumble for a moment and Nuala supports me while I catch my balance. Are you hurt anywhere? Twisted ankle, injured foot? I'm just feeling a bit woozy, I think. The impact from that fall really knocked the wind out of me. A cool draft rushes past us. Chilling. I felt it too. Where could that have come from? We're underground, so it couldn't be wind. A shriek ripples through the room, so loud that hurts my ears to hear it. Nuala and I both wince in pain and look into the darkness, toward the source of the sound. I don't think we're alone down here. Not alone. Yes, finally, not alone. I make out the shape of a figure sitting against the wall. His skin is a sickly pale shade, and he has the appearance of a corpse. A talking corpse. Who, what are you? Two questions. I'll begin by answering the first one. My name is King Nemeus. Perhaps you've heard of me. Well, I've never heard of you. Neither have I. Well, you'll be familiar with my name soon enough. Tell me, who sent you? Are you disciples of Erd? Has she become too cowardly to do the job himself? Erd died hundreds of years ago. Nemeus let out a raspy laugh. Has it been that long? Damn that woman. I suppose I had the last word after all? Woman. Yes, Erd is the one who left me here to rot. Erd was a woman. Do you people know nothing? Of course Erd was a woman, but I suppose you've had several hundred years to forget. Few stories can endure for 6 or more generations. Nemeus raises his hands. This body is weak with age, but it will do. And you've so generously come along to serve as new minions. Together we might just conquer the world. I doubt that. I can see why you might think it unlikely, but allow me to explain. As I said, I'm King Nemeus, though apparently my name has been forgotten, so I'll have to reclaim the title somehow. Erd and her companions left me trapped in my old body to rot. It's probably all faded to dust by now. Perhaps you've seen it. The skeletons. Yes, Erd did have a cruel sense of humor, didn't she? For years I stayed trapped in that rotting corpse, until at last it decayed, finally setting me free. And now I found a fresh body. It was mostly drained of blood, but serving me well enough now. A fresh corpse drained of blood. Could vampires be responsible? You're a leech. Yes, yes. Separating my soul from my mortal body was quite an ordeal, but such is the price of immortality. Now that I'm back, will you help me conquer the world yet again? Of course the answer is yes, but I'm curious as to whether or not you'll do it willingly. Servants who submit willingly are easier to handle, and seems like a happier life, don't you think? And sometimes trying to possess the weak will turns out to be quite fatal for them. So, will you submit to me, or will I have to turn you into soulless drones? Submit to you? Never. Boss fight King Nemeus. Let's go. And we literally only have 2 people. Okay. Well, here's hoping he's not too strong. Very well. You seem strong-willed enough to survive my possession. Nemeas raises his hands, and a dark energy begins to build around him. Nuala charges at him, but Nemeas unfurls the blast of energy, knocking both me and Nuala to our feet. No. How? I try to stand, but find myself pinned to the ground. No, not pinned. It's as if my limbs aren't responding. Every muscle in my body is completely frozen. Quiet, child. Just be still and let the darkness take you. Nemeas clasps his hands and begins chanting. I hear the sound of footsteps behind me. Die, fiend. I watch as Lyric charges forward toward Nemeas, raising the silver axe aloft. No, you. Lyric yells as he swings the axe down, and the leech lets out a shriek as his body collapses to the floor, pinned in place by the blade of the axe. Son of Erd, it can't be. Nuala stands up, and I find myself in control of my own body once again. I stand up beside Lyric. Kill me. I was planning on doing exactly that. Lyric grabs the axe handle, but I stop him before he pulls it out of the leech's chest. Lyric, wait. Wait for what? This fiend needs to die. He's immortal. If we kill him, we'll just be freeing his soul to haunt and take control of some other corpse. So what do we do? Look at him. He seems incapacitated. I think you put the head of the axe right through his spine. A leech should be able to recover from that kind of blow, though. Unless, could this be the power of Baneslayer? It's a silver. He can't recover with a silver weapon separating his spine. If we kill him now, we free his soul. But if we leave him like this, his soul will be trapped in this corpse. Eventually the corpse will rot away. Yes, eventually this body will completely decay, freeing his soul once again. But that might be 100 years or more from now. Can we really leave our children to face the same curse? Yes, that seems to be exactly what Erd did. Erd couldn't kill the immortal leech, so she did the next best thing. She trapped him here. I think she figured that when the time came, others would come along to do again what she once did before, and I think we've proved her right. How can we be sure that our descendants will live up to the challenge? How is it that we know of the accomplishments of Erd? We can preserve this information through stories. Even if we sometimes get certain details wrong, like the exact nature of Erd's identity, perhaps enough of the details will endure that when the time comes, our children's children's children can put this leech to rest once again. I look down at Nemeas. I'm right, aren't I? Damn, you. You've claimed immortality, and I don't think that we can take that away from you. But 100 years from now, as you spend your days trapped down here, waiting for the day when your corpse finally expires, perhaps immortality won't seem like such a blessing. In fact, when I look at you, lying helplessly on the ground, it seems like a curse that I wouldn't wish on anyone. But in a way, you wished it on yourself. Let's go. Nuala and Lyric follow me back to the hole in the ceiling where I fell through. Lyric bends down and lifts me and Nuala out of the hole. Then Nuala and I reach down and pull Lyric up after us. We exit the tomb in the same way that we came, and Lyric pushes the rock back into place, sealing the tomb once again. We meet with the others who are happy that we made it out alive. After a short talk, everyone leaves except for Nuala and Lyric, who are still talking. I decide to approach them. The Tomb of Erd. Quite the deceptive name, don't you think? All this time I assumed that this is where Erd was buried. But the more I think about it, the more it seems like this tomb was built not for Erd, but by Erd, to contain a threat that she couldn't vanquish. Do you really think Erd was a woman? Who do you think we should trust? Storytellers who have had hundreds and multiple generations to get the details wrong? Or someone who met with Erd face to face? I'm not sure I can trust a leech. Neither am I, and yet I can't imagine why he would have lied to us. Man, woman, non-binary, who knows? Either way, it seems like a great story. I'm glad that we were able to seal away a threat, though I think that my people should come back here soon to reseal the tomb. Good idea. Close the doors we opened and maybe write a warning message to future generations. Carving symbols into stone seems like a good way to do this. What about this? Nuala has the silver staff she took from the tomb. If we're right, this is Benediction, Erd's legendary staff. It seems somehow wrong to take it with me. Why not? That rod was made for fighting. It belongs to the hands of a warrior, not buried in a tomb. At one time, Erd must have used it to seal away an undead beast, but it seems that Baneslayer alone was enough to accomplish that. Then I'll use Benediction, and use it to vanquish the undead menace that plagues the lands around Namar.
Hydrate.
But one day, when that threat is gone, I'll come back to this tomb and return Erd's rod to the place where she left. Yes, one day perhaps I would like to see that day very much. So would I. Then let's fight to make it happen. Oh, we've almost got Nuala maxed out, 1.5 hearts left. Oh, we got a lot for Lyric that time too, okay. Reputation in Orcus Waste is increased by 15, cool. Cool, and we've got 558, so we'll browse the local shops. Make sure we don't need anybody who wants these weapons. It looks like you would like the Claymore Oathkeeper, so we'll equip that onto you. Galan, Silrissa. Okay, so it doesn't look like anybody wants these weapons. So we will sell the legendary Benediction to the Grimoire shop. That feels a little weird, but you know what? Whatever. Okay, Lyric. Wait, what happened to the other sword? Didn't Lyric have the other sword on? That feels weird. I don't know. Okay, anyway. I don't know why. I guess we left it in the tomb or something? Out of the weapons I would have preferred to take with us, that's what I would have preferred to take with us, but okay. Anyway. Don't think I've really got anybody who equips shields, so we can probably sell that as well. Okay, and then you would like the legionary armor. And you would like the chainmail? We have a chainmail that we can already give you though. There we go. And that's all of the Grimoire shop's armor. Okay, what about accessories? Not that there's a whole lot of unique accessories. I think the most powerful one is the necklace, just in general. Are there multiple necklaces? I guess there's multiple necklaces. Okay, this necklace is slightly better, so we'll buy and equip that onto Galan. Silrissa, Veyril, Jasper, Enoch. Okay, so we'll sell all items in this category and everything in Grimoire. Our entire party is maxed out. Okay. Very good. Very good. That's the thing. So let's do that with Amazon Citadel now. Okay, yeah, you want the bow, but that's basically just a secondary weapon, and I'm not really interested. You as well with the bow. Okay, so no weapons. You would like the mercenary chainmail, which is, yeah, it's definitely better overall. Okay, mercenary chainmail, buy and equip directly. And that's Barrick. And you want the legionary helmet, so we can do that. You also want the mercenary chainmail. And you want the explorer leather armor, but we don't quite have enough for that. We will if we sell these items that we don't want though, so there we go. Explorer leather armor. Jasper. Okay, so that's got Amazon armor and weapons done. Okay, accessories. Okay, so we could maybe buy the necklace if we had enough, but we don't. We could buy the blue moonstone right now if we wanted to, but I will focus on the necklace, which is probably the better one. Or maybe the Book of Water. 563. Okay, that's fine. So Amazon isn't completely completed, but we're almost there. Hammer hands, unforgiving swamps. Okay, yeah, and I think the fact that we talked to him in the Orcish Waste, the fact that we talked to the guy instead of going to explore the tombs is what canceled our ability to go to the tombs. So for those people who don't know, maybe make sure to go to the tombs first, so you can get that achievement. Okay, Grimoire Docks. Jasper, what's up, Jasper? Hey, Jade. Hello, Jasper. Come to entertain me again, have you? Maybe I came here so that you could entertain me. How about we entertain each other? Sounds fair to me. Are we going out to sea again? Let's stick to the docks. I've been trying to get my land legs back, now that I expect to do more fighting on land than at sea. You've been working with the Grimoire Council, haven't you? Indeed I have. Tell me, what's the council like? What do you think of them? I don't really feel strongly about the council. Honestly, I'm not sure I have an answer to that question. I've never really thought about that. I've never really thought about the council that much. I guess you could say I have no strong feelings one way or the other. Well, it doesn't sound like you have. It sounds like you don't have any bad things to say about them. It could also be that I don't have any good things to say about them. They've been hard to work with. The council hasn't exactly been easy to work with. Oh, how so? Most of what they do is shrouded in mystery. It's very seldom that I convene with the entire council. Mostly I report to them and wait for orders to come in. Actually, most of what I do is done without the specific directive of the council. I think part of my job is to take the council's instructions, which are sometimes vague, and translate them into more concrete and actionable goals. Most of the direct and explicit advice I've gotten has come from people working outside the council. I am guessing that the council never formally came to you and instructed you to form an alliance with pirates. No, that was my decision, more or less. I wonder, what would the council's reaction be to such an alliance? Trying to get relationship points here. Yes, you could put it like that, but I think what it tells us most is that you interact very little with the Council. Most of your time is spent outside of Grimoire, roaming around Aravorn, and occasionally reporting back to them. That sounds about right. In other words, you're doing a lot of work for the Council without a lot of assistance. You could also say that I'm getting to do that work without a lot of meddling. Yes, you could put it like that. What I'm gathering from all of this is that the Council holds you at arm's length and mostly allows you to do what is necessary to achieve their goals. Yes, which conveniently absolves them of having to dirty their hands with whatever it is that you're doing. I think it would be fair to say that the Council delegates responsibilities. There are many things that need to be done. The Council makes a decision, but the task of carrying out those decisions is left to people like me. The Council may declare war, but it isn't the Council members who will march out on the front lines to fight it. True, true. The Council chambers may be the mind of Grimoire, but people like you are its arms and legs. Tell me, Jade, what would you say the job of the Council is? What is their reason for being? They've been easy to work with. Actually, to say that I work with them would be putting it rather generously. For the most part, they leave me to my own devices. I do have directions from the Council, but they tend to be very vague. I have a lot of autonomy. For example, I can do things like ask for the assistance of pirates, and they're fine with the way you do things. It might be more accurate to say that I don't inform them of the way I do things, and they can't object to something when they don't know about it. So the thing that makes the Council easy to work with is the fact that they don't give you too much scrutiny. That seems fair to say. Would you say that they willingly turn a blind eye to the way you do things? Or are you actively concealing your activity from them? What do you mean? I'm just asking, what if the Council knew everything that you were doing in the pursuit of your mission? What if they knew about every part of every conversation you ever had, the people you were working with, and the things you had to do to enlist their help? Do you think they would approve, or would they be displeased? They would approve. I'm a representative of the Council, and I would like to think I would do them proud. My understanding is that you've assembled a very multicultural task force, as it were. Yes, the people who I've recruited to help me come from all walks of life and all regions of Ereborn. I wonder, how does the Council of the Human Empire feel about foreigners coming in to fight their battles for them? It was Grimoire's council who decided to strike an alliance with the Amazons, not me. I'm simply carrying out their will. But what about the others you've met? Did the council explicitly approve every one of those arrangements as well? Some alliances are explicit, others are tacit. That doesn't mean they're not valid. I would be concerned that any alliance formed without a formal declaration could also be broken without a formal declaration. I think that we share a common enemy in all of this. My job is to defeat the evil of Namara by any means necessary, and that's exactly what I intend to do. What I'm gathering from all of this is that the Council holds you at arm's length, mostly allows you to do what is necessary to achieve their goals. Yes. So we sort of loop back here. Okay, so this one eventually loops back to the same one this one does, just with an extra step in between. That's a difficult question to answer, and that gets us relationship a half heart, but a relationship point nonetheless. That's why I asked it. I think it would be fair to say that I play a bit fast and loose when it comes to getting things done. There are some things that don't look all that great when you pull them into the sunlight. But the real question is, what does the council think of me? Not in some hypothetical scenario, but what do they think of me now? And the answer to that question is that they're pleased. I'm accomplishing the goals they lay out. I'm getting things done. That's what matters. That may be the case, Jade, But be wary that the questions and scenarios that seem hypothetical today may not seem so hypothetical tomorrow. Well, okay, so it does also loop back there. Okay, so all these loop back and we can get a half heart if we do the might not approve. Can we get better hearts if we do this one? And probably this one, but I'll double check. Grimoire wants the evil of Namar to be put to rest. If working with pirates will get them closer to that goal, they'll do it. Oh, okay, so that gets me a half heart. Cool. They will be resistant to it. They might not be so receptive to the idea at first. They'll have to learn to like it, I suppose. They'll have to learn to like it. What choice do we have? Grimoire is at war with the evil of Namar, and in times of war you don't always get to do your favorite thing. I'm sure the council is aware of that. They're willing to do what is necessary. Oh, that also gets us a half heart, okay. So that one gets us a half heart no matter which way we go. Interesting. Okay, to protect the people, I think. The council's job is to protect the people of Grimoire. Protect the people. Protect them from whom? The blight of Namar, for one thing. I mean more generally. The Namar vampires weren't around when the council was created. They protect the people from whatever threatens them, enemies of the human empire. And who decides what is and isn't an enemy of the empire? The council decides. So the council's job is to carry out a responsibility, and that responsibility is decided by the council. Is that what you're saying? I'm not sure I understand. Suppose tomorrow the council decides that you are an enemy of the human empire. Then they send someone to kill you. That's a justified use of power, is it not? That's an outrageous idea. They have no reason to do such a thing. To rule and instruct the people. The reason the council exists is to govern the people, to tell them how to behave and enforce the law. The council's job is to tell people how to behave. That sounds awfully paternalistic. Okay, probably not that one. To represent the people. The role of the council is to represent the interest of the people of the empire. Interesting. What do you mean by that? Anytime agreements need to be brokered between nations, it would be simply infeasible for every individual of the empire to take part in the negotiation. So if an agreement needs to be made between the city of Hammerhands and the city of Grimoire, the rulers of each city meet with each other and relay the concerns of their people to each other. There we go, there's the relationship up. Half a heart again, but we're getting there. That's an optimistic view of how the council works, but it does seem realistic. How does an envoy like you fit into all of this? What do you mean? You represent the interest of the council. The council represents the interest of the people. Yes, and in a way, the council is a middleman. In reality, negotiations between two nations would probably be done through diplomatic channels. I cannot envision a scenario in which every member of the Grimoire Council would travel to Hammerhands to negotiate. Nor could I envision the reverse scenario. I suppose that's true. The difference between you and the council is that the council's mission, to represent the people, is immutable. The people will always be in need of representation. You, on the other hand, have a mission that is much more temporary. One of these days, either Namar or the human empire will fall, and you will have outlived your usefulness. This isn't the first time you've expressed this idea, is it? Well, shame on me for failing to give you a new question to think on today. Jasper, you seem to have somewhat cynical views regarding the council. I guess my view is that the council is only as good as the people who make it up. That's the bigger question, I think. How many of them do you know personally? How many do you think you could vouch for? There's only one that I really know. His name is Apoli Micho. Apoli Micho is on the council? Yes. You say that like you've met him before. We may have rubbed shoulders once or twice. What's your relationship with a Polly Michaud? I communicate with him a lot in an unofficial capacity. He has on occasion offered me advice and guidance on my various escapades. To be honest, I get the impression that he has some skepticism for the council as a whole, though not nearly to the extent that you seem to. I would like to meet with a Polly Michaud sometime. Do you think you could arrange that? Saying hello to an old friend? Something like that. Well, I'll see what I can do. Thank you, Jade. Okay, I think that's all we've got for today. 25 days till the next full moon. Okay, well this will give us some experience and a half. 3 war bears. I think this is the best we can get experience-wise. I also noticed something recently. The war bears have the 3 bars, so I think that's what makes them so special. And gives so much experience. So I think that's what does it. Yeah, okay, even at 3 war bears, we only get a max of 268 experience since we have to have 2 people with us. So, level 40 seems kind of insane. But I'm going to keep trying because, I mean, it's not that hard to just do a couple of quick fights. Especially with Nuala's pain thing, that makes everything so much easier. That pain ability is kind of OP, honestly. Vayreal. I went back to the forest and I discovered the bramble is even worse than you described. I was afraid you would come back with news like that. I also happened to meet someone else who was investigating the bramble, Kusho. Is that so? I suppose it's a good thing I didn't go along then. Actually, I think Kusho may have changed his opinion on you, Vayreal. He no longer believes that you're responsible for whatever corruption has been spawning the woodcrashers and brambles. He's willing to let bygones be bygones. In fact, he indicated that he would like your help. My help? Of course. There's the possibility that might be a trap. But Kusho seemed very sincere to me. His original reason for hunting you was that he suspected you were responsible for the foulness that had covered the forest. But he's taken the fact that the blight has worsened in your absence as evidence of your innocence. He wants to find the true source of the corruption, and he thinks that you can help. It would seem that Kusho and I share a goal then. If he's willing to trust me, then I'm willing to trust him. Besides, if he truly wants me dead, he would probably catch wind of my location sooner or later. Even if Kusho does mean me harm, I think it's better to face him now than to spend the rest of my life awaiting the day when I'll discover someone has planted an arrow in my back. Should we go to meet with Kusho now? I think he would rather see us sooner than later. The corruption spreads with every passing day. Then we should waste no time in discovering its cause. Let's go, Jade. We head to the forest and return to where I met Kusho before. After a bit of wandering around the bramble, we found him crouched down studying the ground. Kusho? Vayreal, it's quite a surprise to see you. I hope you don't hold any ill will toward me. None at all. You were doing your job. I thought I was protecting the forest by hunting you. but there is a much darker magic that threatens the forest. I'm hoping that, with your help, we can discover its source. How can I be of assistance? Kusho removes a folded parchment from his pocket and lays it out in front of Ariel. He begins pointing at specific points in the map. Right here. This is where I've determined the source of the blight to be. Or at the very least, that's where the wood crashers are spawning. The difficulty is I've never been there myself. I tried here, here, and here, but every time I encountered bramble too thick for me to traverse. I scouted it out from a high position above the treetops, but the brush is too dense for any elf or dwarf to penetrate. I was hoping that you might be able to help us with that. How, exactly, are we supposed to cut through that bramble? I think I know how. You said that the bramble covers the area where the wood crashers spawn. Yes, they seem to stem from the same source. And yet somehow the wood crashers escape the bramble and are free to ravage the other parts of the forest. Yes, it's quite a puzzle. It seems obvious to me. The wood crashers simply charge through the bramble the same way that they charge through the trees. And just as they leave destruction in their wake when they charge through the trees, they must do the same thing to the bramble as they charge through. If we look hard enough, we may find the parts where they have penetrated. There may very well be a number of wood crasher-sized tunnels carved into the bramble where it is most dense. That's an interesting idea. We'll go in the same way that they come out. I think it's worth trying. Come on, I'll bring you to where the bramble is most dense. That's where we should find the center of all this. Kusho's map leads us right to the area of the forest, and Variel's keen sense for where things are leads us to the edge of the bramble Kusho described. Why do you suppose this mass of vines and thorns came here? This bramble is a perversion of the forest, just as the wood crashers represent a manner of beast that preys on the forest by tearing down its trees. The bramble is a plant that covers and chokes out the trees of a forest. It is like a weed stifling the growth of trees and sucking the moisture from their roots, making it impossible for them to grow. It grows like a weed. Every other creature in the forest shares a symbiotic relationship with the life around it. The forests draw water from the ground, but they offer a place for small woodland animals to live, and their shade keeps the streams that feed them from drying up. That supplication, the give and take, is what has allowed this forest to preserve for millennia. The bramble and the wood crashers thrive by stealing the life from the creatures and plants around them. There is no giving, only taking. Because of that, their numbers grow exponentially, but eventually they will run out of other things to suck the life from. They will eventually hunt their prey to the point of extinction. Not if we have anything to say about it. Yes, that is why we're here, and I think we've come to the right place. This is where the wood crashers tear through the bramble. Variel points to a large gap in the bramble. Sure enough, it looks like a tunnel, formed from some beast tearing through. All that remains is a path of scattered twigs. And look, there's another break in the bramble over there, even larger than this one. Kusho points, and I follow his gaze. Several feet away, there is indeed another tunnel through the bramble. Which path should we take? Even if there's a tunnel carved out for us, it's still a thorny mess. If we try squeezing through this small gap, I would worry about the thorns pricking and bleeding us. We should take the larger gap. Kusho, think about what the gap means. These so-called tunnels are carved out by the indiscriminate rampaging beasts. What kind of beast makes a big tunnel? I see your point. A bigger tunnel means a bigger beast. But who knows where those beasts are by now? This tunnel could have been made days or even weeks ago. The large beast that carved it out may be long gone by now, and if we have to fight, we'll fight. Perhaps we should leave it to Jade to make the decision. Which path should... I'm open to the wider path. I'm down. We'll take the wider path. If we have to fight, we have to fight. And if we have to fight, I would prefer to have freedom of movement. There's nothing as terrifying as being caught in a tight enclosed space when enemies might be lurking nearby. Very well. I'll lead the way. Kusho leads us down the path carefully. The path twists and turns, making it difficult to see what lies ahead. And Kusho keeps poking his head around, all while keeping his hand on his weapon, ready to draw at a moment's notice. Eventually, pass through the brush into a small clearing. Kusho raises a finger to his lips, hushing us, and he points to a woodcrasher standing in the clearing with its back facing us. Kusho draws his weapon, and Beryl and I stand beside him, assuming aggressive postures as we creep into position behind the beast. It's massive, and there's no doubt that it could do serious damage to any one of us, especially in this tight clearing. Retreat isn't an option, but we can get in a preemptive strike. Oh snap. And see, this is exactly why I equipped Beryl with weapons. Because now it's not just... Yeah, I am glad I started doing that. Because see, this right here is why you need to keep every party member equipped as best as you can. Because this right here is just not good. Well, we've survived. It's a wretched beast. This stench. It's like nothing I've ever encountered in this forest. Maybe it's because we're close to the source of the forest's corruption. Maybe. Kusho pulls out his map. Based on our movement and the position of the sun, I think that we're very near to the source of the blight. The question is, can we get closer? I scan the clearing. We seem to be completely surrounded by bramble, except for the tunnel we just came through. Over here, there's a small gap. Could one of us fit through that? It looks too small for any of us to squeeze through. I wonder. I grab the briar on either side of the narrow gap and try to pull it apart. As I spread my arms apart, I can see what looks like a passageway. This may be the place where Woodcrasher came through and the bush continued to grow, covering the gap where it left. But if we pull the brush apart, it might be wide enough to get through. I release my hold and the brush snaps back into place, sealing the entrance. We might be able to force it open, but it could trap us inside. How about this? One of you stays here to hold it open, and I'll poke around and see what I can find. I can try to hold the gap open, but my arms can only separate so far. Maybe both of us should stay. Kusho and Beiril each grab one side of the briar and begin pulling the two sides away from each other, opening up a gap for me to step through. What am I looking for? At this point, information. We don't know what's inside of this massive network of briar and bramble. I step through the gap and begin walking. It's a tight fit, and I'm not more than a few feet in before I find myself almost completely enveloped in darkness. I glance behind me and see the reassuring form of Beiril and Kusho. I keep pressing on, and I think I see a light. Eventually, the gap grows so narrow that the only way through is on the ground, and I have to crawl on hands and knees to make it through. The light gets brighter and brighter, and I push until I find myself standing in a small clearing in the brush, a hollowed out opening. Ah, Jade, we meet again. Zachary, what a surprise to see you here. And you too, Valerie. Hello, Jade. I presume you're here for the same reason we are. If you're assuming I came here to investigate the corruption running through this area, then you would be correct. Yes, your arrival is actually quite fortuitous. What do you mean by that? You see, I came here with Valerie, hoping to end the corruption with the same blood ritual we performed last time. Unfortunately, we hit a bit of a complication. Valerie smiles, baring fangs at me. You see, Valerie has fully turned, and while I am quite happy to have her now as a vampire companion, it does mean that I no longer have a thrall to draw blood from. Very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. But now that you've arrived, I think we have a solution to that problem. That is, of course, presuming that you're willing to be a blood donor. What exactly are you asking me? Please understand, I'm not asking you to be my thrall. The ritual won't turn you into a vampire like Valerie here. Her vampirification had to do with something else entirely. I just need to draw a bit of blood from your neck, enough to fill a small glass or two. Why should I consent to this? You want to end the corruption here, don't you? This area was tainted with a blood ritual. The corruption can only be halted with a blood ritual. It's by no means a permanent solution. It will at least halt the corruption for now, until we can find a more permanent solution. Why are you doing this? Why do you have such an interest in saving these lands? What can I say? The vampires of Namar don't like me, and I don't like them. If I had the chance to throw a wrench into their plans, I'll take it. I like getting on their nerves. So what do you say, Jade? Will you offer me some of your blood? I just need a little bit, is all. We're in this together, aren't we? I considered Zachary's offer. The last time we met, he did seem sincere in his efforts to stem the blight, and whatever ritual he performed, it did seem like the odd occurrences around that area stopped after he did his deed. It might be coincidence, but it seems like he knows what he's doing. This seems like a very important plot point. Oh, you know what? We'll trust Zachary for right now. He does seem to be on the up and up, and Valerie is very cute. Very, 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 very nice. I like Valerie. Alright, Zachary, I'll volunteer for your ritual. Excellent. Delightful. Valerie, since you now also have the ability to draw blood, should you do it, or should I? Her neck does look quite soft. I wouldn't mind a nibble. Don't I have a say in this? Fair enough, fair enough. Let's leave it up to Jay to decide. Valerie, you seemed eager. I wouldn't mind letting you nibble at my neck. Valerie grins, baring her fangs, and licks her lips as her eyes study my neck. She places a hand on each of my shoulders and leans in, playfully licking my nose before pulling back. Is that part necessary for the blood ritual? Just having some fun. Valerie lowers her head to the base of my neck, and I feel her tongue press against my skin. She licks my neck, tracing a line with her tongue upwards until she stops just short of my ear. She giggles softly into my ear. My, what tender skin you have. I feel a pressure on my neck, and suddenly a sharp pain as her fangs dig into my skin. But the pain soon vanishes and is replaced by the warm, wet feeling of blood flowing from the holes in my neck. I hear the sound of Valerie lapping at my blood, and her tongue tickles my neck until the flow of blood stops. She draws her tongue across my neck once more before pulling away. I feel the warm sensation of a trail of blood dribbling down my neck, and Valerie reaches in, wiping up the blood with her finger. She winks at me and licks the blood off her finger. Wouldn't want that last little bit to go to waste. Lovely. Now, Jade, if you wouldn't mind standing back. I stand at the edge of the clearing and Zachary pulls a small vial from his pocket. A white powder is inside. Zachary takes the powder and sprinkles it around Valerie, drawing a circle around her. Then he takes out a candle and hands it to Valerie. Valerie holds the candle with both hands, then closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. Jade, you might want to close your eyes for this. I'm gonna watch, fool. I'm in this for the full thing now. Valerie breathes out, and as her breath passes over the wick of the unlit candle, it erupts into a red flame. Suddenly, the white powder circle around Valerie bursts into flame, and the fire creeps up and around Valerie until she is completely enveloped in the blaze. I feel the area grow hot, but suddenly the fire completely disappears. Valerie appears completely unharmed, with a pile of ash around her. How did that not burn you to a crisp? Quite simple. The fire burned around her, not on her. Valerie was never on fire. Then where did the ash come from? What was burning? Your blood, of course. The ritual is complete. Zachary takes the empty vial that previously held the white powder and hands it to Valerie. Cough into this. Valerie coughs and hacks until a disgusting looking sludge comes out of her mouth. She spits it into the vial and Zachary seals it. Since you've been so kind to assist us with this ritual, I would like to offer you this as a token of appreciation. Zachary presents the vial to me. It looks like a sickening mixture of red and black. Tainted blood. A vial containing your own blood mixed with ashes. Zachary said could be valuable against another I still don't know what we're using these vials of blood for, but okay, we've got some vials of blood up in here. What is it? Your blood is tainted with ash, but that won't stop vampires, ghouls, and their ilk from lusting after it. And the fact that it's tainted has the benefit of doing them quite a bit of harm. Harm them how? Not enough to incapacitate them. Let's just say that their health will suffer quite a bit if they decide to ingest it. They will ingest it if given the opportunity. It is blood, after all. There are fewer impulses stronger in the undead than bloodlust. So I can feed this blood to undead beasts, or vampires if you would like. Though do bear in mind what they say. A beast is once bitten, twice shy. If you try to parley with tainted blood, it will fool them the first time. After that, you can count out any chance of amiable negotiation. Poisoning people tends to make them angry in my experience. Thank you, Zachary. I'm sure I'll have use for this in the future. Thank you again for your time. Thank you. Now, if you'll excuse me, and Valerie must be off. We must off. The two vampires draw their capes around them, then unfurl them in a flash of color. The flashing of the capes kicks up dust, and I cover my eyes to shield them. When I open my eyes, Zachary and Valerie are nowhere to be seen. I crawl back out of the bramble the way I came, and soon I find myself back in the clearing with Bayriel and Kusho. What happened here? Another smaller woodcrasher arrived while you were away, so we had to fight and kill it. I see. Glad you're both all right. Jade, what did you see in there? What took you so long? Tell them about the vampires. I saw vampires from the Mar. What? Let's get ready to fight then. They've already left Kusho, and as odd as it may seem, I don't think they mean us harm. In fact, one of them claimed to be on our side. How could that be true? Some kind of vampire civil war, perhaps. That may be the case. Then again, he may have been lying. I think the proof will come in the coming days and weeks. What do you mean? The vampire claimed that he could dispel the corruption that has been seeping through the forest. That's why he came here. It sounds unbelievable, and yet... Look. Bayriel points to the carcass of the woodcrasher they fought while I was away. Its body seems to be dissolving, disintegrating. What is happening? The woodcrasher carcass continues to deform until all that remains is a pile of fine dust. Perhaps the corruption has already begun to subside. Whatever it was that fueled the spawning of these creatures is no more, and without the source of their very essence removed from the forest. The massive bramble around us begins to shake, and I hear the sound of splintering and shattering behind me. The bramble, the thorns, the vines, they all begin shattering around us. Is it over? It's incredible how quickly the dark magic that covered the land has been undone. The magic itself may have ended. The woodcrasher's bramble, whatever spawned them, may be gone. But to say the dark work has been undone. Bayriel looks at Kusho, and the two share a nod as they cast a forlorn gaze over the forest that surrounds us. Trees that have stood for hundreds of years have been trampled down by those woodcrashers. The ground that was covered by this bramble, the life may be completely choked out of it. I wonder if another tree will ever grow on the ground we stand on. The magic may be undone, but the damage that has been done here will take decades, centuries to undo, if it can be done at all. Still, good has been done here. Indeed. Kusho turns to Bayriel, extends a hand. Bayriel looks at him with surprised expression before taking the hand and shaking it. Kusho relationship up. Bayriel, I owe you an apology. I hunted you down, believing that you were the source of the blight. That single-minded focus diverted my attention from the true root of the problem. Perhaps if I had acted sooner, the forest... What's done is done. We can't repair the damage that has been done to this forest, but we can avenge it. Jade, when we first met, you told me that you were infiltrating the castle of Namar. Something about fighting the undead. I told you that I found the offer intriguing, but at the time I was preoccupied with other things. Now that I see Vayriel is not the source of the infestation of the forest, that has changed. I am free to join you in your mission. If the invitation is still open, I would like to accept it. We would be glad to have you with us, Kusho. I must confess, at the same time, that I considered the mission you describe as a bit of an abstraction, an interesting diversion from my usual activities. But now I understand that something much greater is at stake. Though this forest is miles away from the plains of Namar, its very fate may rest in your hands, and the hands of your companions. I count myself lucky to be among them. And now we have Kusho. Very, very nice. Forest corruption completed. Now, let's get out of here and start slaying vampires, shall we? Reputation Grand Tree increased by 10. Very good. I think that's all the companions too, isn't it? Where's my quest thingy? No one left behind. Recruit all the other characters before the second floor. Do we not have all the other characters now at this point? Who are we missing? Who are we missing at this point? I don't know. Weirdness. Okay, and we've already done the thingy, and we haven't double checked the shop for Kusho yet. Okay, so Kusho would like the Dark Elf Rapier. That's fine, we can buy that for you. And I don't think anybody wants your tiny little dagger, Kusho. Pretty sure nobody wants that. Yeah, nobody wants that. Might as well sell the barrel, and the emerald, and the ruby, because it says specifically on there that's a merchant selling thingy. So I'll keep the blood because that seems like it's something that maybe we can use. Okay, Kusho, do you want any of the armor here? No? Accessories, maybe this necklace? Okay, there you go, buddy. And Amazon Citadel. We had figured out the armor, the weapons, right, for sure, except maybe Kusho. And the bows, which I guess we could do. Yeah, and Kusho's got a bow, but honestly, I'm going to go ahead and sell his bow, because we don't really want to do the bows. Okay, so yeah, we're on armor. We were on armor, weren't we? Apparently not. No, apparently not. Nope. Not at the Amazon Citadel anyway. Okay, what about accessories? Okay, so yeah, he can maybe get the Book of Water. Buy and equip directly. That's Vayriel. And then you want the necklace. Jasper. Yeah, okay, so some of these necklaces are not the same as the other necklaces. I thought all the necklaces were the same, but some of them are better than the others. So this necklace is slightly better than this one. Oh, we don't quite have enough money. What the hells, bro? Apparently I can't do math. Although I don't think they're buying the things for the same price that they're selling as I think they are, but okay, there. Okay, and that might have the Amazon Citadel completely completed. So that'll be cool.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Okay, yeah, that's got the Amazon Citadel completely completed. Very good. Karen wants to speak with all of us, so my companions and I meet up with her at the Citadel. I must say, you have impressed me, Jade. Thank you, Karen. But may I ask how exactly? You've managed to recruit quite a few people for our cause. Oh, there it is. No one left behind. Okay, now we've got it. Now we've got it. Okay. I'll just auto level up almost all of these, I think. Karen's gaze drifts towards the companions who've joined me in the hall. I see that you followed my advice and collected the very best from all corners of Airborne. Well done. Karen's words are met with approval from the others, though most of their responses get lost in all the murmuring. I am able to make out bits and pieces. Damn, Karen, she's hot. Shh, Silrissa. I'm surprised with the intense glare as Darlene's face doesn't instantly kill Silrissa. I don't think I've seen a look that powerful. I mean, she is hot. Karen resumed speaking as if nothing had happened. Of course, it's always possible that she simply didn't hear what Silrissa... No, I'm pretty sure she heard her. I wanted to apologize for not coming to your first meeting, which is why I invited you all here. That explains it. I was surprised. I mean, it's not like the Amazons are known for welcoming guests into their citadel. If you continue saying disrespectful things in front of our queen, this will be the last time you're welcomed anywhere. Lena, please. What is your name, young man? I'm Jasper, the pirate. Lena told me much about you. She did she? Good things, I hope. Only the truth. Ouch. I'm screwed then. We laugh. Then Lyric steps forward and bows to Karen. It's an honor to meet you. Finally, someone who knows how to behave. You must be the war chief of the Dune Marchers. Rise up, my friend. And you, handsome young woman, what is your name? Nuala, my queen. I mean, Queen Karen. Did Nuala just blush? She seems flustered. Well, considering how Karen is looking at her, I can understand it. Your build is excellent, Nuala. You put some of my Amazons to shame. To thank you. She is melting right now. Lena doesn't look too happy, though. She's young. Your build is even better, Queen Karen. Silrissa. Karen laughs and then gestures for the two Nagas to come forward. Normally, you two would be killed on sight by my guards. Ow. You Amazons really need to improve on your hospitality. Jade told me about you first, then Lena. You two seemed very different from the Nagas we've met in the past. We are, Queen Karen. That's why we were exiled. I'm sorry to hear that. Of course, I would be lying if I said I wasn't happy that this turn of events brought you both to us. Your help has been invaluable. Fighting the undead alongside Lena has been a real honor. Lena smiles and looks at Enoch fondly. If I wasn't so sure that she only liked women, I might think that there was something there. And you too, little ones? Hello? Your manners, Desira. Sorry, Your Highness. I guess I got a little too excited and forgot the proper etiquette. Karen laughs and Lena relaxes a bit in turn. Don't worry, Desira. This is more of an informal meeting. I promise not to be too harsh on my guests. You must be Galen. Your Majesty, how is Lauren's training going? I am sorry that our little experiment didn't work. Well, she's a little rebel. I hope she'll change as she grows up. She'll have to if she wants to be a good queen. In any case, that's a matter for another time. I didn't invite you all here just to talk, after all. Come, follow me. Karen leads us to the dining room, offers us some Amazon wine. Once everyone is seated, a few Amazons start pouring our drinks. The wine's enticing, aromatic scent is only surpassed by its exquisite taste. I would say its fame is rightly earned. After a bit, Karen approaches me with 2 guards following her at a distance. I must admit, I wasn't expecting this. You didn't think Amazons would have a basic understanding of good manners? No, I didn't mean it like that. Well, it was a nice surprise. Well, we've already got Karen maxed out, so we're just keeping it up, aren't we? Jade, you should know that I'm a woman full of surprises. Without adding anything else, she turns to leave. Wait, did she just wink at me? No, she wouldn't, right? It must have been my imagination. Is it just me, or is it getting hot in here? I'd better go grab some more wine. Maybe I'll just drink some water tonight. The wine could be the reason behind all these strange thoughts after all. Oh, I don't think it's the wine, my friend. I don't think it's the wine. Now, Polemy, we don't have to talk to him yet, right, for meeting the pirate? Talk with Kusho. I spot Kusho in the distance. He seems to be training with his bow. Jade, come close and watch. You might learn a thing or two. Bows aren't really my thing. I prefer more close combat. To each his own. Personally, I like to watch those undead fall into pieces at a safe distance from me. I've never been fond of the up-close and personal approach that some assassins take. Kusho shoots 3 arrows in rapid succession. Each one hits the center of the target. That was impressive. I would thank you for the compliment, but you simply witnessed my skills at work. This is nothing exceptional for me. Modesty isn't really one of your strengths, isn't it? Modesty isn't really one of your strengths, isn't it, Kusho? Watch now. Kusho closes his eyes and shoots again with his bow. In the same instant, I spot a shadow, someone moving near the target. Hello? Everything happens so quickly that I don't have time to talk. Luckily, that mysterious redhead girl casts a spell just in time, and the arrows are pushed away from a gust of wind. Elder Mirth, are you alright? I'm sorry, You were shooting arrows with your eyes closed. It was only a demonstration. Silence. My brother Ray has already given me enough headaches. Don't do this again. Of course. My apologies again. I look at her. Elder Druid. Well, she certainly doesn't look old. You must be the envoy from Grimoire everyone is talking about. Pleasure, Elder Druid Mirth. Just call me Mirth. I'm sorry, I need to go now. The other elders are waiting. Well, that was interesting. No, I'm not talking about your skills demonstration. Don't get any ideas. First, she's the only Elder Druid with that look. Second, her brother Ray is very jealous. I suppose he is also a skilled assassin like you. He only talks. He has no remarkable feats to his name yet. Who knows? Maybe one day he'll be more famous than you. I doubt it. Anyway, it was nice talking with you and looking at your demonstration. Now I need to go. Just let me know when you need my skills, Jade. Okie dokie. Let's see, anything else to do? Silrissa, what's up? Jade. Silrissa slithers towards me at a startling speed. I instinctively and embarrassingly panic for a moment as she pounces on me. I have to take a step back to avoid being toppled by her hug. Hello to you too, Silrissa. Silrissa responds with an amused chuckle. You know, if this is the way you welcome people, I'll have to make a point of coming around more often. Her smile broadens and her amber eyes meet mine as she pulls back, releasing me from her hug. It occurs to me that I've never just taken the time to stop and look at her eyes. At least not carefully. Now that I am, I can see that they contain several brilliant shades of mesmerizing yellows and oranges. I guess I end up staring a little too long, since Silrissa's happy expression shifts into a concerned one. What is it? Is something wrong? Oh no, nothing like that. I just noticed how stunning your eyes are. Whoa, wait, you mean that? You're not joking? I'm serious. You have beautiful eyes, Sarissa. Aww, only half a heart, come on now.
Moby the Unpopular said, Hope you're doing well, Turtle. Here to lurk and chill.
Hello, hello, Moby. Thank you for the lurk. Hope you're also doing well. Sarissa grins as a slight blush creeps into her cheeks. It seems that that small compliment meant a lot to her. I'm glad, of course, but I would have thought she would be used to hearing things like that. Thank you, Jade. That's the first time anyone has said anything like that to me. Really? Yes. Why? I just find that kind of odd. I mean, complimenting someone's physical features is pretty common in a romantic relationship, isn't it? You must have had at least a few of those in the past, at least before you left your tribe. Even as a dwarf, I can see Silrissa's appeal. I can't imagine her own kind would have overlooked her. Not really. You probably don't know, but Nagas aren't exactly known for being romantic. What do you mean? We just, in a lot of ways, we're more similar to animals than humans, you know? You're going to have to be clearer than that. I insist, but I admit that I'm mostly doing it because it's fun to see Silrissa getting so embarrassed trying to talk about it. This certainly isn't a sight I get to see every day. I have to make the most of it. Sex. I'm talking about sex, alright? Specifically for procreation. And for fun too, I guess. But for love, that's not something Nagas usually do. I mean, I guess it does happen, but it's really rare. Oh, wow. Yup. If you don't already know, us Nagas are all bisexual. I mean, I guess it's always possible that there's an exception to that rule, but having male and female partners is expected. Sometimes during mating season, we all gathered, so they do have snake balls. That's what I thought, snake orgies. There's lots of snakes that procreate in such a manner where they just get into a giant ball and just slither around and yeah. It's kind of dangerous if you run into a rattlesnake ball. You don't want that. I'm pretty sure that's a thing. But yeah, snake balls. Snake orgies. That is definitely canon in this game now. Yep, I am enjoying that mental image now. It lasts for days. It must be fun, but after a while I imagine it would get old. It sounds like it would be more exercise than anything else. Sorry if I insist, but I really can't believe that nobody falls in love. There has to at least be some kind of relationship similar to that, right? Yeah, I thought that would be the one that gets a relationship up. I mean, honestly, that sounds like fun to me, but as I said, it happens, but it's very rare. Personally, I've never been in any kind of long-term relationship, and it's the same for Enoch. It wasn't just the unnecessary cruelness that drove us away from our old tribe. It was also that lack of connection, romantic or otherwise. I'm sorry, Silrissa, that sounds unpleasant. Thanks. Just remember, Enoch and I are different, Jade. I hope that you never forget that. Nah, I won't forget it, Boo. Trust me, you don't need to worry about that. I noticed that you two were different from the moment I met you. Both of you are special, even by non-Naga standards. Silrissa beams at me. All the underlying sadness that previously permeated our conversation seems to have vanished. I'm glad to hear it. Now that I can leave the conversation on a positive note, I decide to take my leave. As much as I would like to keep talking with Silrissa, I do have other things I need to get done. I have to go now, but we'll talk again soon, Silrissa. Good. I'm looking forward to it. Yay! I'm looking forward to it too, I'm not even going to lie. Is that everything we can do today? Is it time to move on to day 37? It very well might be. It seems like Lothark and Horus are literally just there as an extra shop and maybe an extra arena. It seems like these two locations are literally sort of placeholders here, more or less. Nothing is happening in either of those places. Jade, here on business? Not really, although simply being here in Amazon Citadel makes me feel like I maybe should be here on business. Just the structure alone is quite intimidating. I suppose it only stands to reason that a strong military nation would also have a physically intimidating capital. Jade, do you know what makes the Amazons the greatest military race on the whole Erevorn? Military strategy? Good soldiers win battles, but they don't win wars. It takes a brilliant military strategist to maintain an army, deploy soldiers effectively, and decide which strategic battles need to be fought to win the war. I thought that was the right one. Exactly, and do you know what the key to good decision making is? Information, of course. It's very rare that military strategists will exhibit genuinely bad judgment. Most of the time, when someone makes a bad decision, it's because they were operating with incomplete information. The thing that makes the Amazons great as a military isn't our weapons or our fighters, it's our griffins. Griffins are that powerful. Griffins are powerful, but not in the way that most people think. Have you ever taken a ride on the back of a griffin? I haven't. I imagine most people haven't. Well, since you've never had the experience of flight, I would like to ask, what do you suppose it's like to ride on the back of a griffin? I bet it's exhilarating. I can't imagine how exhilarating it must be to fly through the air on the back of a griffin. To feel the wind rushing past you, to explore the sky like almost no one has ever before. It must be breathtaking. Oh, we're getting Lena up. We're getting it done. You're right. Sitting on the back of a griffin as it tears through the skies is a thrill ride. Do you know how many times I have ridden on the back of a griffin? How many? 228 times. I still keep count. When I was a young girl dreaming of one day seeing combat for myself, I heard of griffin riders who could tell you the exact number of rides they had made, numbering in the hundreds. I thought they kept track of that number simply to boast. I thought that once I had risen dozens of times, I would eventually lose count of how many times I had flown. But once I began riding myself, I began to realize how it was that each rider had such an acute awareness of their ride count. It's because each ride is such an incredibly unique and amazing experience. What's it like? The first time you ride, you cling to the familiar. You look for landmarks that you recognize, hills you tread on foot, spires and mountains that you've seen from the ground. And you think that you can look at it with some sense of, I know this, because that recognition is all that keeps you from screaming in terror and the wonder that is flight. Your first few times flying, that's all you have the capacity to take in. It takes time to internalize what you're seeing. You can see your home from hundreds of feet up in the air, and then walk on that same ground hours later, but it takes days for your mind to fully realize that the world you see from up on high is the same world that people tread on foot. Once you've rooted yourself in the familiar and you've learned to trust in your griffin and in your own ability to control it, you begin to notice the elements of the landscape that are truly beautiful. You recognize the splendor of the great forest, the intricate architecture of Hammerhand's tallest towers, the bizarre and grotesque features of the Chizulu ruins. You could fly over these lands 100 times and not run out of new sights to discover. Eventually, even the oddest of things begin to look familiar. That's when you truly begin to see the world for the first time. Not just observing the features and facets of the world, seeing the world as it truly is. You comprehend the enormity of these lands, how every city you see is only a tiny slice of a massive landscape. You begin to notice patterns. On a fall day, you might fly over the fields outside Grimoire, see that the wheat field looks quite meager. Then minutes later, your griffin's flight takes you over the trade district of Lothark, and see that the streets are thicker with activity than they were last year, even before the harvest has come in. After the flight, you'll reflect on what you've observed, realize that the two are connected. The merchants are fearful of inflation from a weak harvest, so they are racing to transfer their wealth to whatever commodity they view as the best hedge against it. Eventually, your mind begins to recognize patterns where you wouldn't even think to look for them. You realize that when the northern region of the Great Forest begins to thin, that's a sign that a new great house is being built in Hammerhand, because only noble dwarves would go to that length of poaching that wood. You learn how the world is not just a collection of empires, a single entity with many interwoven and interlocking parts. Flight is more than the ability to travel. Flight is the ability to observe, to learn, to understand. You begin to understand which wars are worth fighting and which you are best to avoid. Something America needs to learn right now. Sorry. Nope, no politics, right? Okay. You learn which sides will be in a position to reward you if you provide them with aid. You recognize threats to your homeland and develop an understanding of how to squelch them before they even begin. That is why the Amazons are the greatest military power in the world. It's not because of our strength. It's because of the keen insight that can only be developed when you're devoted years of your life to traversing the land on the back of a griffin. In times of war, there are fewer resources more valuable than intelligence. In a way, I think that you intuitively should already understand this. After all, it's a significant part of how you entered this arrangement as well. I'm not sure I understand your meaning. How does the art of gathering intelligence relate to my occupation? You're a bard, aren't you? Or at least you were one before you got wrapped up in this business with Namar. I imagine that a significant portion of that job involved exploring and discovering new things about the world. After all, being a bard isn't all song and dance. You use music to tell stories, and that means having stories to tell. You're right. As a bard, I spun many tales, and in the process began to recognize patterns. However, for a bard, the key is figuring out where the patterns become broken. If you write 10 ballads about 10 different nights, and yet they all sound the same, you've done each of these nights a great disservice. Whenever I am hired to write a song, I look for the things that are unique. The great irony is that everyone who has ever hired a bard has preconceived notions about the kinds of heroic feats that a bard ought to chronicle, so they almost deliberately construct their adventure as a cliché. My job as a bard is to pick the gems of truly special behavior. Sometimes that results in my ballads being very different than the commissioner expects. I'd feel a bit odd if I were in that position. Someone pays you to do a job and then you give them something that doesn't match what they expect. Sounds like a recipe for dissatisfied customers. Indeed, and yet I gained a bit of renown for the tales I wove, and judging by the number of referrals I received, my customers were on the whole quite satisfied. That's not always immediately the case. One of my greatest success stories chronicled the exploits of a man who was quite angry when he heard my song about him. I think I would like to hear that song. I don't suppose you happen to have a mandolin or a harp I might play? Unfortunately not. Well, in that case, I suppose my voice will have to do. Sir Robin was a knight quite true, and though he was devoted, he was quite a weakling too, and hence became demoted. I'm beginning to see how someone might object to having such a song written about him. Sorry, continue. Sir Robin fought to prove his worth and be known throughout the lands, but since the day of his humble birth he was cursed with shaky hands. Now at this time a terror came, a drake that fought with fire. Could Robin then erase his shame and be rewarded by his sire? What better way to prove mettle, he said with trepidation, than fight that dragon and not settle? Could this knight save the nation? Sir Robin ran to face the drake and charged with all his might, but his hand began to shake, and with that he scarce could fight. He yelled in anger, bemoaning his curse, his sword clattered to the ground. The situation could not be worse, he said, but then he heard a sound. Behind him other knights had took up lances, and they charged toward the beast. They yelled, if even Robin could take his chances, we owe him this at least. Sir Robin's fellows struck as they called, the fire drake was felled, and a chant arose among them all. Sir Robin, they yelled. Sir Robin never got to swing his blade, still he can't be admired. For his courage others came to aid because they were inspired. Sir Robin was the first person I played that song for. I was so impressed by his act of courage I thought his actions deserved to be reported. He saw things differently, however. He was upset by the fact that the tale highlighted his complete inability to properly handle himself in battle. He pleaded with me not to share it publicly. For the first time in my life, I violated the wishes of one of my subjects and began performing it. He must have been furious. He was, at first, but then he began to attract many fans and admirers who loved the clumsy yet brave Sir Robin. They didn't love him in spite of his clumsiness, but because of it. It humanized him. As a professional storyteller, there's a constant contradiction that I have frequently observed. People love a hero who does the impossible, someone who inspires them to be better than they really are. But people also love someone who is relatable, someone who they look at and can see some of themselves in. It is a paradox. They want someone who is like them, but simultaneously better than them. Sir Robin was the perfect hero. He was the everyman. He had no amazing talents, no impressive abilities, but he did have one exceptional attribute: his unrelenting courage in the face of danger. He inspired people to be better versions of himself. He was both the everyman and the superman. Many people, Sir Robin himself included, told me that my tale uplifted them in times of woe. That experience, more than any other, has taught me the power of heroism and the power of a good story. An interesting story. I think that much of its significance may be partly lost on me. As an Amazon, Sir Robin hardly seemed like an inspiring figure based on his physical weakness. But I am familiar enough with other cultures to know what a premium they place on immutable qualities like courage and selflessness. I presume, just based on your story, that Sir Robin was a human. You presume correctly. And Lena, I don't think that you should discount the importance of courage. As you said, it is an immutable quality. Strength is something that can grow and wane. A weak man can be trained in the ways of the sword to become a competent fighter, and by the same token, a strong man can be reduced when stricken down in combat. That is an interesting view to take. I've always assumed bards to be romantics at heart. It seems you do have a certain affinity for emotional stories. You also have a pragmatic side to you as well. Jade, what other surprises does your personality hold? I find myself wondering this more every day. I feel like I could spend days with you swapping stories back and forth and never get bored. I don't know when we'll next meet, but I look forward to it. So do I, Lena. So do I. Okay, training in the arena real quick. Okay, we had just finished with Amazon Citadel for the shop, right? We haven't tried Grand Tree yet, I don't think. Grand Tree. Okay, let's see. Browse local shops. Okay, Nuala, Envoy first. Double check. Grand Tree, Grand Tree. Do we have any better weapons? We do have better weapons for Silrissa. Looks like she would like the Flaming Sword, specifically. 475. Okay, so see, we only sell it for 250. That's why I keep miscounting. But that would give us 520, so yeah, we can sell that. Assuming nobody else wants it, but that's fine. We can figure that out. Buy and equip the Flaming Sword for Silrissa. There we go. Okay, and then Vayril wants a Staff Magma, which is 713. So Vayril may be something in Grand Tree. Weapon Rise, and Lyric also wants a Flaming Sword, okay. Flaming Sword is 475, so... Well, Kusho, if I do give the Flaming Sword to Lyric, then we won't have enough money to buy you that, but you can have his Warchief Battle Axe, if that's okay, so yeah. One Flaming Sword and one Staff Magma, that sounds like a plan. Hammer Hands, nothing in Hammer Hands. Unforgiving Swamps, Orcish Wastes, No Thark, Horus, Grimoire Docks. Yep, that is it. That's the day wrapped up. And turn. Party talk. Talk with Desira. I spot a familiar-looking dwarf in the marketplace of Grimoire. Hey, Desira. Desira turns to face me and wears a startled expression until a look of recognition replaces it. Oh, hello, Jade. What brings you to the market today? Desira points to a basket hanging from her arm. It contains several light orange fruits. I came to buy persimmons. I tried a persimmon for the first time when we came here after fleeing Hammerhands, and now I'm addicted. Have you got a bit of a sweet tooth? Apparently, yes. When I was growing up, I didn't get to eat sweet foods often. There were candy vendors in Hammerhands. Buying candy was a bit beyond the means of a maid's daughter, so I only got to eat it on special occasions when my mother received it as a gift from the Rasmus family. Now I'm out of Hammerhands, it's a bit of a delight to find that sweet things literally grow on trees. You don't have fruit trees in Hammerhands. It's not that odd if you stop to think about it. Think about where Hammerhands is located. It's rocky, the soil is dry, it doesn't rain often. It's not the kind of place where you would want to start an orchard. Do people in Hammerhands ever import fruit from more lush parts of the continent? In the Hammerhands, fresh fruit is even more expensive than candy. Most of the expense involved is the cost of transporting it. After all, fresh fruit doesn't keep very long. Most of it would probably be bruised and overripe by the time you hauled it from Grimoire to Hammerhands. What about dried or preserved fruit? Those exist, though I think most people just preferred candy. After all, eating fruit out of a can isn't really the same as biting into a fresh persimmon, is it? I think the appeal of fruit isn't just the flavor, it's also about the texture. That's why I like persimmons so much. I think they're just the right amount of juicy, and who doesn't love something gushing in their mouth? Ooh. Anyway, enjoying the finer things in life is still a new experience for me. It's good to enjoy the finer things in life. It's nice to indulge every now and then, even if it is just a piece of fruit. I know I go ham over some strawberries now. Some fresh strawberries, hells yeah. It's saying it's just a piece of fruit. Just a piece of fruit for you, and an absolute rarity for a poor girl growing up in Hammerhands. My childhood was a bit odd. I was exposed to the finer things in life without being able to enjoy most of them. Because of your mother's profession? Yes, my mother was poor. Well, not exactly poor, but she was a woman of modest means. And she worked for someone who was, to be quite frank, very wealthy. And she worked for someone who was the epitome of wealth. Yes, old Fabergé Erasmus never did indulge in excess, but even a modest nobleman takes for granted many pleasures that his employees never could hope to enjoy, such as eating meat at every meal. Every dinner, even the quiet ones that Fabergé ate alone in his study, he would always have some kind of meat. A steak, a pork chop, a bit of veal, sometimes just strips of bacon. Eating meat was very ordinary for him, and it wasn't for you. Let's just say that meat is a lot more expensive than bread, and when you have to be mindful of your spending, it's pretty easy to come to the conclusion that bread is enough. I feel that so hard right now. I mean, I'm lucky because canned tuna is really cheap, and I think it might actually be cheaper than the bread, canned tuna, but I can't imagine they have that in this era. Eating bread only sounds kind of dreadful. I didn't think of it that way. There are lots of different ways to eat. Yeah, sourdough. I'll kill some for sourdough. Sourdough, grilled cheese. Bread is a term that is about as vague as the word meat. It comes in many different varieties. Care to enlighten me? Oh, where to start? Let's see, there's rye bread, sourdough. I don't like cornbread. I'm just not a fan of corn. But yeah, flatbread's also very good. Breadsticks, buckwheat potato bread's another good one. Sweet bread for special occasions. I'm not a fan of sweet bread though. Well, unless you're talking like desserts, but that's different. I didn't realize you were such an expert. I'm not an expert, just a girl who spent many hours of her youth in the kitchen. Wait, you made your own bread? It's not as hard as some people make it sound. Making bread at home is better than buying it, and it's a lot more fun too. Variety is good for the sake of appetite, but it also helps things from getting too repetitive in the kitchen. It's actually been many years since the last time I fired up an oven. Maybe I should do it again sometime, for old time's sake. I'd like to try some of your bread. I could even put something in your oven. Ooh. Listening to you talk about the way you used to make bread makes me want to try some of it for myself. Oh, be careful what you wish for, Jade. What, are you an incompetent baker? Let's just say that my skills have had more than a few years to atrophy. Nah. When you know how to do something, you know how to do something. Yeah. Even if you have to resort to a recipe and can't remember it, off the top of your head. Still, if you do decide to start baking bread again, you need a taste tester, just let me know. Okay, Jade, I'll let you know if I require your services as a taste tester. Please do. Please do. Please do. For realsies. Okay, let's try in the arena real quick. I'm starting to feel like it may be possible to get to level 40. It's just really difficult, and maybe I messed up a little bit by, in the very beginning, not using only 2 people for the arenas. It's just, you need so much experience to get there. I'm hoping maybe I haven't messed it up. But if I don't get there, and that's the only achievement I don't have, I'm just not going to worry about it. Because that's a very high level to get, level 40. Enoch immediately lights up when he sees me approach. Jade, you came. Welcome to my humble abode. Your home? You mean the swamps? Well, yes, but look here. I built something to make the place feel more comfortable. I follow Enoch behind a large rock and, to my
Stream Elements
surprise,
said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
which I just went to do. Thank you, Stream Elements. He's crafted a sort of shelter with wood, rocks, pieces of metal. There's even a tent for rainy days. It's not as cozy as one of the bedrooms that Grimoire's in, but at least it's something. It's impressive. Considering where you are, I think you've managed to do a great job, Enoch. It wasn't as hard as you would think. Unfortunately, with all the undead and lizardmen around, it's easy enough to find abandoned carts on the few trade routes that still pass by the swamps. They're left behind by merchants that are assaulted, robbed, or worse. I've heard as much from the council. The situation sounds pretty dire. I mean, they're always discussing what should be done about the bandits and Nagas. I trail off, realizing I've said one word too much. I'm sorry, Enoch. You do know I didn't mean you in Silversa, right? Silversa? Of course. I know that you didn't mean it in a bad way. Still, when you say things like that, it hurts. I take a step towards Enoch and place a hand on his shoulder, gently squeezing it. He says nothing, but he does smile back at me. Don't worry, buddy, I know you're different, but you've got to admit, the rest of the Naga do sound like they should be, taken care of somehow. I'll be more careful in future. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. What? No, you misunderstand. I wasn't offended because I thought you were equating Cyrissa and I'm not sure I'm saying her name right. That L is throwing me off. Cyrissa. And I with the other Nagas, I was sad. I think that if Cyrissa and I managed to change, the other Nagas should be able to too. But every time I hear you and the others bring up Nagas, it serves as a reminder that most of us are still basically monsters. Okay, so he does recognize it, and that's what, okay. I hear that, I am frequently also appalled by some of the actions of my fellow species. Thoroughly appalled. So you meant in that sense? I'm not sure. I mean, it's possible, but if you really think about it, when a group of people are used to behaving and thinking in a certain way, it's really hard for them to change. But can't they see that what they're doing is just wrong? It should be common sense. As they are now, they're worse than bandits. They don't just rob caravans, they actually enjoy killing people. It's disgusting. Even if you don't phrase it that way, the best way to maybe approach it would be, you guys are going to be in danger if you keep doing this because you're going to get wiped out. Self-preservation approach. I know and I agree. To me, what they're doing is wrong too. And note that I'm definitely not trying to justify their actions. This way of life is all they've known since they were born. Let's see. It might be easier to explain using an example. Think of the Amazons. In their culture, men aren't seen as equals. They're used for sex and that's about it. They would never be allowed to rule or fight. It wouldn't matter how talented a man was. Yes, but this is different. Amazons don't ruthlessly kill other races. That's because it isn't part of their culture. It doesn't mean that they don't do other things that, in other people's eyes, seem completely crazy and unjustifiable. For instance, I heard an interesting story from a Hjor in Grimoire the other day. And this Hjor is related to the Amazon somehow. Yes, the Hjor is a half-elf who has lived in Grimoire for centuries. Anyway, a long time ago, way before Queen Karen was even born, one of the best fighters the Amazons had to offer got sick. Back then, the 500 Years' War was raging across Aravorn. Ah, yes, I know about that war. I've read about it in books. Then you know that while the humans and elves waged war, the Amazons remained neutral. They cut themselves off from the rest of the world. For them, that was fine. They didn't need anyone else after all. At least until Herza, one of the strongest Amazon warriors who had ever lived, got seriously ill. Nobody knows exactly how it happened, but all that mattered was that she was dying. It just so happened that, at the same time, the Amazons happened to be holding a talented healer prisoner. Should I know who this healer was? No, not necessarily. I mean, you can find his name if you look hard enough, but, well, I guess now is where I admit that I can't actually recall myself. There goes my immersion. Look, the name isn't the important part. This hero felt that it was his duty to save Herza, so he offered his help to the Amazons. In the end, though, the Amazon elders predictably refused to let him help. I knew Amazons didn't like magic, but that seems foolish. Hold on. Magic wasn't the reason he was refused. Yes, Amazons tend to dislike magic, and some even despise it, but they might have given in and allowed it if that was their only issue. The main issue was that he was a man. They followed their traditions and determined that he couldn't be a healer. He was a man, so all he was in their eyes was a slave. He tried to convince them to change their minds, but it didn't work.
Said, at Konami YY to the bot commands for this channel are available at ****.
I completely forgot that was even a command. Hello Konami. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are having a fantastic existence. Yeah, okay, the Epic one might not work anymore. I haven't been on Epic in a while. I probably should remove that one. Actually, for that reason, why is Nightbot even showing up? I haven't used Nightbot in a minute.
Konami YY said, hi.
Hello, friend. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a fantastic existence. I forgot Epic was even a command. I'm going to have to remember to remove that from stream elements. It's just when I was playing the free games on Epic for like ever, I kept recommending it, but then I like my Steam achievements too much, so I stopped. They ended up whipping him until he lost his resolve and stopped asking to help. That's awful and insane. Herza didn't stand a chance, did she? I shake my head. No, her fellow Amazons and their traditions were Herza's greatest enemy in this case. After several weeks of agonizing pain, she finally succumbed to the disease. The fact that her body was so strong only made it worse, since it forced Herza to endure the pain for a long time. And that was all time the elders could have used to change their minds too. It's hard for a person to admit that they're wrong. It's even harder for a group of people to do the same. For them, it was easier to cite tradition and use it to wash their hands of any actual responsibility. And Herza died needlessly for that. Anyway, this particular story was kept secret for a long time because it brings shame to the Amazons. It's only resurfaced recently. Well, maybe now they can learn from their predecessors' mistakes. Do you think Queen Karen would have let the healer help Herza if she was put in the same situation? I would like to think that Queen Karen would be smart enough to overcome her prejudice and help whoever was put in Herza's position. If it was Lena or someone else she cared about, I know that she wouldn't repeat the same mistake. If it was someone of a lower rank, though, I'm not quite as certain. And that's not because I think Queen Karen wouldn't care. It's just, when you're part of a large group that all adhere to a certain belief, it can be hard to oppose them. Even if you disagree, sometimes it's just easier to go with the crowd. I get what you're trying to say, Jade. And I guess that on a certain level it does make sense. A society's beliefs can be hard to abandon. Still, that's not the way it should be.
Said, stay thirsty, my friends. Hydrate.
If something is wrong, it should be changed. I know that's idealistic, but still, I hope that in time more Nagas will be like me and Sarissa. I hope I can help. I guess I can hope for that too, as impossible as it seems. Enoch flexes his muscles. Sometimes I forget that besides being a powerful magic user, he can still hold his own in a brawl using his sheer strength. Excuse me now, Jade, but I would like to get some more work done on my little home over there. I want to try building a table and some chairs, so I need to go get more wood. Sure. Good luck with your endeavor, Enoch. See you soon. Ta-ta. Have fun with that. I'll have to come back and see what kind of pretty chairs you've been able to make. Jasper, how's you doing, buddy? I managed to arrange a meeting with a Poli Misho, and I'm bringing Jasper with me today. We head to a Poli Misho's chambers. Ah, Jade, what brings you here today? Hello, a Poli Misho. I've brought a friend. Hello, a Poli Misho. It's been a while. Jasper and a Poli Misho stare at each other, and moments pass. I feel like I've been forgotten. Zacchaeus, what brings you here? Our mutual acquaintance brought me here. Oh, and I'm called Jasper now. Jasper, is that a name you gave yourself? It is. I think it fits me better now. New man, new name. Though Zacchaeus wasn't such a bad name either. My mother gave me that name. Do you know what it means? Innocent. What a perfect name for a young and naive boy. Jasper. Well, that means treasure, or so I'm told. A bit ironic, considering my new profession. Your new profession? Ah, Jade hasn't told you. I'm a pirate now. You know, I used to hate the water, but then I also used to love the council, so that's two things that have changed about me. Probably for the better. I never intended for things to happen as they did, Zacchaeus. I'm sure of that. You were just as young and naive as I was. Well, not quite young, not quite so young, but an idealist nonetheless. Things are different now. I'm sure of it, seeing you here now. I suppose you've come to give me a piece of your mind. Indeed I have. A Poli Misho, there's something that I never got to tell you before I left. I forgive you. I accept my part in all of this. I can see you didn't fall victim to the same fate I did, and if I had been a better man, today I might be standing where you are right now. I was just the right mix of willing, trusting, and stupid, willing to do whatever they sent me out for, stupid enough to admit it when pulled back before a committee, and trusting enough to assume that there would be a reward waiting for me when the dust settled. I just have one request. Jade here. Look out for her, would you? I would hate to see her fall victim to the same fate. A Poli Misho turns to look at me with hesitation. I feel like you want some answers. I say this assuming Zach Jasper hasn't already told you, which he hasn't, because he's a charitable sort of man to allow others to tell their own half of the story. I assume that's why he brought you here as well. What exactly happened between you and Jasper? Jade, you may feel like something of an anomaly. You were quickly deputized in an hour of need. The council needed someone to exterminate and expunge the threat of Namar. You were conveniently within arm's reach, and thus you were recruited for the job. Yes, the Empire of Man has numerous soldiers who are loyal to Grimoire, yet you were chosen for the job. Part of this was due to your qualifications, and mostly it was because you are outside of the system. You don't depend on the council for support. You make many of your own decisions. This confers many advantages to the council. It allows you to do what needs to be done, without having to have every one of your actions and decisions ratified by a committee. In times of emergency, we don't have time for bureaucracy. This isn't the first time this has happened. It's rare that the need for such deputizing to occur comes up, but I've seen it happen once before. In fact, I was one such person, plucked in a moment of need to run missions for the Empire. So was your friend here. Jasper? Yes, a Polynesia and I used to be colleagues. Surprised? I'm not sure if I should be. For a simple pirate, you seem to know a lot about the operations of the Council. I assumed you had some kind of insider information, maybe as a spy. As a matter of fact, I was a spy, but not in the way that you might think. Zacchaeus, sorry, Jasper, did not spy on the human empire. Quite the opposite. He did spying on the Empire's behalf. He infiltrated rival nations and provided information back to Grimoire's council. What about you, a Polynesia? I wasn't a spy. My duties were much more domestic in nature, but the two of us were quite close. There's a fine line between the man who intercepts letters and communications and the people who process that information. Before, I said there were advantages to the Council having someone like you or Jasper involved as an outsider doing their bidding. You can work at an expedited pace. You can do things with an efficiency that the Council might not be able to manage. And you can do things in a manner that they might not approve of. Just so long as you have the sense to keep it secret. The icing on the cake is that, with all you do for the Empire, you're operating under your own jurisdiction. Your decisions aren't checked by the Council. That's convenient for you, and it's convenient for them. It means they can disavow any action you take. And sometimes disavowing an action means disavowing a person. Do you understand now, Jade, how it is that I became what I am today? I think I have a good idea. I don't mean for either of you to feel any pity for me or what happened to me. The truth is, I'm quite happy where things eventually led me. The life of a seafaring man fits me much better. Living in exile isn't so bad, and considering that I was able to enter these chambers unmolested, that exile is virtually meaningless at this point. But you might not be the same. Jade, I made the mistake of assuming that by working for the Empire, I was currying favor with them. In my mind, I was putting coins into a bank account, one that would eventually allow me to buy favors from the Council. I thought one day I would be rewarded by them. Things didn't turn out quite as I expected. As I said, I'm not in a bad place right now, but I don't want you to fall victim to the same fate I did. You've done a good job of making friends with different people around Erevorn. I'm sure the Council is quite happy about that. But there may come a day when you find yourself making enemies rather than friends, quite possibly through no fault of your own. And if Grimoire's council believes that they have more to gain than lose by disavowing you, they're likely to do it. I appreciate your words of advice, Jasper, but I'm not concerned about falling victim to the same fate you did. How do you mean? You told me that you spent all of your time working for Grimoire's council, hoping to curry favor with them. You had built up an imagined trove of favors, and you never got to cash those in. When the council disavowed you, it must have seemed like the ultimate betrayal. I'm a bit different. In all my dealings on behalf of the council, I've built up favor with many people. As you said, I've made friends around Erevorn. They're friends of Grimoire, but they're also friends of mine. I've earned personal loyalties. Perhaps you're among them. Even if, one day, one of them decides to betray me, even if I never get to cash in the favors that I've been earning, even if I am one day exiled from the Empire of Man, my efforts will not have been for naught. The Council recruited me in part because I am a wanderer, and I believe that, should my relationship with them end, I will resume being a wanderer. I don't think it's such a bad existence. I'm glad to hear that you have a reasonable view of things. I think that's all I wanted. When I look at you, I see a certain aspects of myself. I just wanted to make sure you didn't experience the same sense of betrayal I did. Looking at what happened to me, it can be easy to draw a pessimistic conclusion about the council and the way they operate. But the truth is, most people who do right by the council find themselves rewarded for it. I present my story as a cautionary tale, but also understand that I am quite a rarity. Who knows? If you play your cards right, one day you might find yourself like a Polemy here, with a seat of your own in the council chambers. Wouldn't that be fun? I'm not sure I made off any better. Maybe I'm the lucky one after all. You're the one who has to deal with that group of politicians day in and day out. Meanwhile, I'm about gallivanting on the open seas. I'm glad to see you've taken everything in stride. No hard feelings, Polemy. I mean that completely. Jade, I hope bringing my story into the open hasn't given you any reason to distrust Polemy. As long as I've known him, he's been a completely forthright and generous person. Just make sure that you don't forget that taking care of yourself should be your own responsibility, first and foremost. Don't worry, Jasper, I won't forget. Lyric waves at me. Hello there, leader. Are you coming in with fresh orders for me? Relax, Lyric. I just came to talk. A conversation between two friends. A conversation between two leaders. Lyric grins. Has the subject of leadership been on your mind lately? Yes, it has. After we talked last, I was thinking about how you say you take the time to meet with your followers. I'm amazed that you find the time to do it, what with all the responsibilities of leadership. It's something that I endeavor to do every day myself as I lead the Dune Marchers. However, it can sometimes be difficult for me to do as a leader. If I spend too much time with any given family or member of the tribe, I risk being seen as playing favorites. I wonder, do you have the same issue? Or perhaps more directly, do you have favorites? There are certain people that I prefer, I won't lie. I must admit there are certain people that I prefer. When you are undergoing a mission and there's a limit on the number of people you can take with you, you have to be honest with yourself about which of your allies will prove to be the most effective party members. I have to agree, Jade. Things are especially more dire in your situation. In my case, my job as a leader of the Dune Marchers is not only to ensure that we have effective individuals to accomplish the tasks of today, but also to ensure that the younger members of the tribe can have the opportunity to get experience and training. Sometimes I intentionally pick someone to do a task that they aren't suited to, simply based on the value of what they will learn from the experience. But you don't have the same luxury. In my case, I can take a long-term view. I have to consider the question of what will be best for my tribe a year from now, or even a decade in the future. But your deadlines are urgent. The next full moon draws near. You need people who are strong now. I try to see everyone equally. Now that's interesting to hear you say. How can everyone be equal in your eyes? Clearly, there are people who are more effective than others. Different people have different strengths and weaknesses. How effective someone is in combat can be a difficult thing to quantify. Does a hero contribute more to a team's victory than a warrior? Does a fast fighter with low stamina have more value than a slower moving warrior with more stamina? I often ask myself the question of whether it's better for a sword fighter to wear light armor to give them freedom of movement, or heavy armor to give them better protection. And oftentimes there is no clear answer. Depending on the situation, different people will be more effective than others, but that doesn't mean they are better. It depends on the situation. That's why I try to involve everyone. Different tasks call for different people. Okay, there's that heart up. Okay, 2 hearts away from Lyric. Very good. Well said, Jade. Spending time with someone seems like a good way to discover their weaknesses and strengths. I must admit, though I do admire your capabilities as a leader, I do have to wonder how many of them I should adopt myself. You and I are different in many ways. How do you mean? You and I both lead tribes, in a sense, but in my tribe people are born into it. From the moment that they leave the womb, A Dune Marcher is a Dune Marcher, even before they have the ability to actually march or walk. Yes, even an infant who can't stand can call himself a Dune Marcher. Well, maybe the infant even lacks the ability to speak and call itself a Dune Marcher, but you understand my meaning. Yes, many of the people who follow me did not choose me as their leader. I was anointed by our tribe's elders. You, on the other hand, need to win the loyalty of your followers. You go out into the world, find capable people to serve your cause, and tell them, "Come with me." When I think about how you approach me, the idea of doing the same thing myself seems very odd. In a way, I am envious of your talents. Okay, is that everything we need to do for day 38? I believe it very well might be. Double checking, double checking, double checking. Again, I'm pretty sure Lothar and Horus are literally just there for the shop in the extra arena, but day 39. Quickly go to the arena real quick and fight against the opponents. I head to the swamps to visit Cyrissa again. Oddly, I don't have to go too far to find her. Instead of finding her deeper in, I run into her on the edge of the swamp, near Grimoire's fields. Oh, Jade, I was just on my way to visit you. You were on your way to visit me. Yes, you're always coming to visit me. I thought it would be nice to return the favor and come see you instead this time. So there isn't a problem or anything? There's no reason you needed to see me so soon. Apart from enjoying your fine company? No, there's nothing you need to worry about. That's a first. Not that I'm complaining. I appreciate that, Cyrissa. Still, I thought you didn't like civilized places like Grimoire. This is kind of surprising. Well, I do feel most at home in the swamp. Of course, in the past I used to feel just as at home with my tribe, even though we were doing terrible things. People change, Jade. As long as it's for the better, that's a good thing. Cyrissa nods. However, now that we're here and I've found you, I'm not sure I want to go to Grimoire anymore. Cyrissa lowers her gaze, unable to look me in the eye. It's rare to see her so insecure. In battle she fights with such fierce determination, and yet something like this makes her act fragile. Is the thought of going to Grimoire really that terrifying to her? I don't want to push her into something she's uncomfortable with, but I don't want her to feel like she has to stay in the swamp forever either. I consider my options for another second before saying, "You should try to overcome your fears, Cyrissa." Cyrissa sighs. You're probably right. I don't want to push you or anything, but I think you might benefit from taking a break from the swamp from time to time. There's a lot more of the world to experience, you know? No, not that I don't absolutely love the swamp or anything. You don't like the delicious smells that come from it? You're lucky that we meet near a river where it doesn't smell like the other parts of the swamp. Otherwise, I wouldn't come visit you as often. Cyrissa looks behind me, her eyes locked to the path leading to Grimoire. Well, I guess I'm willing to try. To start with, why don't we just try moving a bit closer? I know a very good spot among the hills surrounding Grimoire. It isn't very high, but there's a nice view of the city from there. That sounds nice. It's almost sunset, though. Do you think it's safe? I would say so. The Namar Mists are still far to the north. Besides, being the capital of the human empire has its benefits. There's always several guard patrols protecting the surrounding areas. I also hear there might be a powerful female Naga in the area that you would have to be a fool to mess with. Cyrissa perks up. I know that part is true, at least. So, what do you say? Are you up for it? Yes, your powers of persuasion have convinced me. Lead the way, Jade. Together we walk towards the place I mentioned. We talk a bit along the way, but most of our journey is silent, which is something really odd for Cyrissa. I think she's more stressed about this little trip than she's letting on. Well, here we are. What do you think? It's Nice. I can tell she's just being polite at this point. Maybe if I can get her to relax, she'll be able to enjoy herself more. Let's sit. Wait, does that make sense for Nagas? Nagas can sit down too, despite having a tail. Thank you. Sarissa smiles and pushes me as I am sitting down, making me roll onto my side. I get up again and sit next to her. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. As long as you're enjoying yourself, I guess, though you may have to fear retaliation in the future. Sarissa lets out another chuckle as she settles in. A slight wind blows, rustling the grass like a wave in motions. From our place on top of the hill, we can see the whole town. It's surrounded by large walls with only the occasional high roofs and buildings peeking over it. Since it's sunset, the guards start to light the lampposts, and people begin settling in for the night, leaving their own light sources in the windows of their homes. Seeing grimoires lit up like this, away from all the bustle and noise of the actual city, is something I genuinely enjoy. I extend my hand to take hers, but when I touch her, she jolts in surprise. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... Now that she's had a second to process what I had tried to do, she relaxes a bit. No, it's my fault. I wasn't expecting you to do that, so I overreacted. I would like to hold your hand, if you still want to, of course. I smile to myself. Sarissa is being really cute right now. You know, that startled sound you just made was kind of adorable. Sarissa shoves me, making me fall to my side once more. I probably deserve that. She then offers me her hand to help me up, which I take. From there, we sit in silence and admire the view, our hands intertwined. Occasionally, I turn to look at her, only to find her pretending to be looking at Grimoire. Then it's her turn. I sense her looking at me as I keep my eyes focused in front of me. It makes me feel like a teenager again, back when I had my first dates and was just starting to delve into what it was like to be in a romantic relationship. I guess for Sarissa, it really is. I can't help but think that I'm lucky to see her fumbling her way through her first experience the way I had back then. There's something truly endearing about it. The night is falling quickly, so we eventually decide it's time to leave. As I assured Sarissa earlier, it would be safe to stay longer, but I'm sure she's been away from the swamp long enough, and I have my duties to get back to. Jade, I want to thank you for showing you Grimoire at sunset. Well, yes, there is that, but more importantly, I want to thank you for sharing this moment with me. I know you're a busy person. There are a lot of ways you could have spent this time. Even so, you still chose to spend it with me. To show me a silly thing, unrelated to our mission. I wouldn't be much of a bard if I didn't stop to be inspired by the occasional sunset, would I? In any case, spending time with you has given me some ideas for one of the songs I'm composing. As soon as we depart, I'll write them down so I don't forget. Well, that's nice and all, but that's not exactly related to our mission, is it? You're not wrong, but you aren't completely right either. It's true that me writing a song won't help us defeat whatever evil is lurking in Namar. However, it could inspire future generations. Words and ideas have a power uniquely their own. When all is hopeless, they cut through the darkness and remind us that even against incredible odds, evil has been overcome before, and it can be overcome again. A song that resonates with someone can clear their doubts and remind them that they aren't powerless, that they do have the ability to change their fates if they find their courage and embrace hope. And if nothing else, it's an entertaining way to pass down our history. That was Interesting. You really are an interesting person, Jade. Well, now I really need to get back to the swamp. Enoch will be waiting for me. Waiting for you? I'm almost jealous now. We're only good friends, Jade. He is waiting for me for dinner. He went fishing when I left, and he's probably cooked whatever he caught by now. He likes to roast fresh fish and add spices he finds around. Ooh, that sounds yummy. That actually sounds kind of delicious. He is surprisingly a good cook. Next time we'll invite you over too. I would like that. Anyway, take care, Cyrissa. I'll see you soon. We part ways, and I start to feel a weird sensation in my chest. It's a sort of disappointment or regret, like a need I had was met, but not fully satisfied. I guess if I'm honest with myself, I would have liked to stay up on that hill with Cyrissa a bit longer. I wonder if it's the same for her. Aww. Jade, Nuala, you seem excited. Yes, I was looking for you. This is about Rue, then? No, this time it isn't something personal. It's about my tribe. Her tribe. If this is a problem they haven't been able to fix by themselves, then it's probably pretty serious. I'm listening. How much do you know about the northern part of this desert? I can't say I'm familiar with it. The closest I've gotten to it was when I traveled to Hammerhands. Why? I see. Well, several orc tribes live in that zone. They live far enough away that they haven't previously been a problem for my tribe. But now they are? I take it that something has changed. Yes. I look Nuala in the eyes and read a sense of dread in her expression. It's not fear, no. She's fearless, but she looks worried. I move closer to her and place a hand on her shoulder. Tell me, maybe I can help. The village elders believe that this is a consequence of the mist from Namar. There are also rumors that demons have been spotted near the Everburn Mountains. As if we didn't have enough trouble. First undead, and now demons. I doubt it. Personally, I don't believe those rumors. The orcs might, though. Regardless, the fact remains that they've started moving south for some reason. And near your area. Exactly. And as you know, orcs aren't exactly known to be a peaceful race. That's an understatement. Nuala nods gravely. What happens when someone from my tribe is ambushed by an orc patrol? Or when resources become too scarce to support both nomads and orcs? I know this is a lot to ask, Jade, but please, help me. Help my tribe. Nuala takes a step closer to me. Her face is only a few inches away from mine now, as her bold brown eyes meet my own beseechingly. Her bronze skin smells of sand, of desert, and her hair is gently tossed to the side by the wind. It eclipses half of her face, and yet does nothing to diminish the determination in her gaze. Just thinking out loud, but can't you move south too? At least temporarily until the Namar problem is solved? No, further south is where the Dark Elves live. To the east are the mountains. Neither is a viable option. Besides, my people would rather die in battle than abandon our territory completely. I see. I thought so. I guess there's only one thing to do then. We need to fight the orcs. That's what my people want to do, but we can't afford to start another war right now. True, with all the fighting at Namar, a war between the nomads and the orcs is the last thing we need, but maybe we don't need to kill them all. Only their leaders? Yes, an assassination mission. It won't be easy. They set up temporary camps at the end of each day since they're always on the move. Perfect. We'll strike at night. They'll be tired after walking all day. You said we. Who exactly are you referring to? You, me, and whoever else wants to join. You think the others would be willing to help? Why not? They like you. And in any case, helping you means helping our cause. I'll be waiting here for you then. Please hurry. Larrick doesn't know about this encounter. If he moves before we do, what does he plan to do about the orcs? He wants to attack them. He believes that the only solution is a full-scale war. He's planning to form an alliance with other tribes in the area and march towards the orcs. That's a terrible plan. Even if he ultimately wins, something like that will end in a lot of bloodshed. My plan is faster and there's less risk of casualties for your people. I trust you, and I'm sure Larrick would too, but there is a lot of pressure from the village elders and the other chiefs. I think they plan to attack shortly after the next full moon, day 70. If we want to stop this, we have to do it before that date. Namar comes first, Nuala, but after the next full moon, I promise I'll try to help. Interesting that they're specifying before day 70. But I mean, I'm ready to do it right now if you want. Let's go. I find Vayriel in the Grimoire Marketplace. Vayriel, it's good to see you out and about. What business brings you to the market? An errand of some sort? Indeed, I've actually begun working at an infirmary near the edge of town. To my knowledge, it's one of the few places in Grimoire where sick non-humans are welcome. It's also one of the few places in Grimoire where I feel welcome. I have nothing against human society, but sometimes I feel that society has something against me. Have you been having trouble with harassment? You haven't gotten into any conflicts, have you? No, nothing of that nature. But simply standing in this marketplace, I tend to draw stares that put me in a state of unease. The city tolerates me, but sometimes I feel that it does only that. You shouldn't feel the need to hide from the city. You get used to it over time. Besides, the only stares and odd looks I get are from people I don't know. Most people in Grimoire will treat you like a person if you take the time to talk to them. When people look at you funny, it's probably because they're commoners who have never met an elf before. If it makes you feel better, realize that a lot of them aren't resentful of your presence. They're just curious about something they're not familiar with. Then again, my experiences aren't yours. I can't deny that there are times when I feel like humans have an easier time of things here in Grimoire. But we're not going to change the attitude of the city overnight, so I think the best we can do is deal with the circumstances we're given. I hope you don't misunderstand my meaning. I don't feel persecuted in any way. In fact, considering what I am, human society has been vastly more accepting of me than my own native people were. I was a hermit when you met me, remember? But when you live in a city such as Grimoire, it's easy to recognize its imperfections, and with that recognition comes a certain desire to see things made better. That is part of what drove me to seek work at the infirmary. It allows me to do work that has a tangible impact on the lives of others. Oftentimes, the people that I touch most are those that are most troubled. You said you were here buying herbs, is that right? Yes, I've just finished making my purchases and was on my way back to the infirmary. Do you mind if I walk with you? Please be my guest. This is where I work. I scanned the infirmary. It's one large single room with beds lining all four walls. Every single one is filled, and based on a cursory glance, it seems that most of them are elves or dwarves. I count 16 beds in total. This isn't quite what I expected. Most of these people have nowhere else to go. We're an infirmary. We lack the resources of a hospital, but we have to do the same job as a hospital with what we have. My services as a healer are in high demand, but most of the healing that happens in this hospital has to be done by time. I can mend a broken bone, but fixing a bad back is beyond my means. Combat wounds are easy. In combat, you're mostly just shifting real flesh that was recently torn apart. It's much harder to restore flesh that has been eaten away by disease. Do you use your special talent? If the question of whether to use my magic was left up to my own whims, I would never use it. But my whims must bow to the needs of the patients here. I offer what help I can, yet I can only do so much. I sometimes wonder if I could do more. I think we would all like to do more, Vayriel. There's more suffering in this world than we could address in a lifetime. When I said, I wonder if I could do more, I wasn't talking about philosophical speculation. There's a very specific case I have in mind. I've been contemplating action steps. What exactly are you talking about? This boy. Vayriel gestures to the bed nearest the door. A small elf child rests beneath the thin sheet, his chest rising and falling with every breath. For this boy, the simple act of taking a breath is an ordeal. Every morning and every night, I give him a bit of vim and vigor drained from the plants near here. It keeps him alive, but this boy will never breathe normally unless I find some way to mend his throat. Is that possible? Ordinarily, I would say no, that this is an affliction this boy has suffered since birth. As I said, I can fix wounds, but there is a problem with his body's constitution. I can't give him what was never there, or so conventional thinking would suggest. However, he is young, fewer than 3 years old by my estimation. His body is forming new muscle and sinew every day. His body has capacity to create a new throat for him, but he is so sickly that his body drains any bit of vigor that might be used for building new muscle. His body is in crisis mode. Simply staying alive is a struggle. It lacks the strength to repair his throat. But you think there may be a way to help him. This wood staff of mine has done well enough to keep him alive, but I've run against its limitations. There is a limit to the amount of vigor I can channel through it. But perhaps infusing it with some kind of herb might increase its potency. Just any old herb? I've tried many herbs: mugwort, thyme, burdock, comfrey. I've tried them all except for one: jewelwort. Jewelwort sounds more like a gem than an herb. Jewelwort does have the luminescent properties one might associate with a jewel, hence the name. The same structure that gives it that luminescent property also makes it potent as a healing agent. It is a beautiful thing to behold, and a powerful asset to any potential medicine maker. So why haven't you tried it yet? Jewelwort is exceedingly rare. Every day I go to the market in hopes of finding some merchant who might have some of that legendary herb. Unfortunately, there's none to be found. I think it may be extinct. However, I have heard rumors. Go on. An elf merchant passing through suggested that jewelwort had once been sighted in the Blighted Wood near the edge of Namar. And you would like to investigate? It's only a rumor. Isn't it worth it to follow every lead? This boy's life is at stake. The plains of Namar are treacherous enough. Who knows what dangers lurk in the Blighted Wood? It's certainly more than I could face alone, and I wouldn't want to foist that danger upon anyone. What if I accept the risk willingly? We can go together. I feared you might make such an offer. Your mission is more important than any of my personal concerns. I wish you wouldn't jeopardize your own safety for something that has nothing to do with you. I'm doing this for me. Vayriel, you need to understand something. Right now, I'm in the business of assembling a special task force. I need that task force to be the strongest that it can be. You use your healing powers here in the infirmary to help the weak. Those are the same powers I expect to have at my side in battle. When my healer who supports me in combat tells me there may be a way for him to amplify the impact of his healing powers, it's in my best interest to pursue that lead, even if it may be a dead end. If we manage to save the boy's life in the process, all the better. I've made a decision, Vayriel. I want you to be the best healer you can be. I'm traveling with you to the Blighted Wood. Kind of curious if the other option gives more somehow. Vayriel, I think you need to understand something here. I'm something of a leader. That is my point precisely. You can't afford to compromise your safety to chase my own personal dilemmas. There are others besides me who rely on your leadership. A leader is only as strong as his followers. What a leader needs isn't personal strength, but loyalty, and runs both ways. You need to give it to get it. How can I expect you to follow me into battle and put your life on the line for my interest if I'm not willing to do the same for you? Let me join you in your quest, Vayriel. I won't take no for an answer. Okay, so that gives a whole heart. Okay, so that was the right one. That the for me thing wasn't what I thought they were going to say, so very well. If your mind is made up, far be it from me to challenge your decision. I have responsibilities to attend to today, but when you're ready to head to the Blighted Wood, I'll be here, waiting. We'll make it happen soon, Vayriel. I promise. How are we doing anyways here? I mean, we've got Lyric up to 2. Kusho is one that we're really low on. But not really, because our average is 3 hearts short, right? We've almost got Nuala maxed out. We're really low on Lena and Galan, but we left Galan behind, so that probably has something to do with that. Enoch's only 4. Vayriel, yeah. We're getting there. We're getting there with the relationships. Galan. I stumble into Galan on Grimoire's main square. Hey, Galan. Jade, I just came back from the Citadel. The Citadel? Yes. Queen Karen wanted to see me in private. Galan stays silent and grins. It's like if he's waiting for me to say something. Well, I'm sure whatever it was very important. And what could Karen possibly want from you? Yeah, that's what I thought. Indeed it was. Galan goes silent again. Aren't you going to ask me what it was about? I let out an exasperated sigh. I thought it was a secret meeting or something. All right, what is it that Karen wanted from you? You see, it's about the Queen's daughter, Lauren. What about her? Karen told me that Lauren tends to be hot-tempered, both in and outside combat. Lena is training her well, but Karen feels that her impulsiveness could become her biggest weakness, and so she decided to ask the Master of Impulsiveness. If that was an attempt at humor, it's a poor one, Jade. But yes, she thought that I was the right person to tell the young princess about the necessity of not allowing yourself loose control in and outside combat. True fighters know when to stop and think.
Stream Elements said, stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Observe the opponent and devise a strategy. And how did your training session with Lauren go? Did she immediately adopt the calmness you suggested? Sadly not. After a short while, we grew tired of talking and we started sparring. That girl is going to be a hell of a fighter in a few years. Real? Yes. Of course, right now she is no match for someone like me. However, I've never seen someone of her age fight so well. She told me that she wants to learn dual wielding in future. I think Cyrissa might be able to teach her a thing or two about that. True, but I doubt Karen would allow a Naga inside the Citadel. Don't get me wrong, Cyrissa can be trusted, however. Yes, that's probably not going to happen. Excuse me now, Jade, but after the training session with Lauren, I'm all sweaty, and I can't wait to get back home and have a proper bath. Sure. Talk to you soon, Galan. Bye-bye. Okay. Is that everything for day 39? It very well might be. And we have enough money to get that one thing. Yeah, 566. Okay, and that was in Grandry, right? I think it was weapon? Yeah. It was Lyric with the flaming sword, right? And then we can give Kusho Lyric's old War Chief Battle Axe. And that'll have everybody good on Grand Tree weapons, I do believe. No, Bait Reel with the Staff Magma. We need 700 coins for that though, so that one's kind of expensive. Bait Reel. But nobody wants the Dark Elf Rapier, so we can go ahead and sell that. I should probably buy another potion of medium. Well, honestly, at this point, it's kind of silly, but I should buy another potion of medium healing just so we have even numbers. Where can I get another potion of healing? Here we go. Potion of medium healing. Okay, 10 of each. And end turn. Amazon Citadel, training in the arena. Let's get it done. I arrive at the Amazon Citadel and ask one of the sentries where to find Lena. Oh, Lena. She's on the West Cobble with the princess. The West Cobble? It's like an indoor courtyard. Anyway, Lena is busy at the moment. That's fine. I'm willing to wait. She might have another commitment after she's done with the princess. I'm not sure. You could be waiting quite a while. Well, I'm prepared to wait. You said she was on the West Cobble? Yes, I'll take you there. Hiya. The princess's sword comes down at a harsh angle toward Lena's head. Lena steps back and leans back, removing her head from its path. The blade hits Lena's breastplate with a resounding clang. Lena pivots her body, swinging her leg towards the arms that are still gripping the sword. The princess drops the blade, sending it clattering to the floor. Lena continues spinning, swinging her leg in a complete arc, this time at ground level. With a quick sweep, the princess is knocked off her feet as she falls to the ground, landing on her back. Lena picks up the dropped sword and plants a foot on the princess's chest, positioning the point of the blade at her throat. Stab. You're dead. Lena tosses the sword aside and extends an open hand to the princess. Stand up. Lena helps the princess to her feet. The princess, still shaky from her fall, teeters a bit before regaining her footing. Now, Lauren, what did we learn today? Colossal strikes leave you open to colossal punishment. What else? Landing on your back can be fatal against an alert opponent, and even when it isn't fatal, it hurts a lot. What else? Blades and lances are not your only weapons in battle. A well-placed kick or sweep can bring someone to their knees. What else? Come on, Lauren. What did you learn from this? Think about how we began the exercise. A superior warrior can win even with inferior weapons. Try again. Keep your wits about you. Now you're not even trying. Amazon warriors with years of training and experience tend to be more adept at combat than teenage girls. Well, if you're going to be sarcastic with me, then I guess there's nothing more to be gained from forcing you to guess. Count yourself lucky, Lauren. That's my role, to discipline you in matters of combat readiness, and not in attitude. A large swing is a high variance maneuver. It is a move that has a high risk and high reward. Under what circumstances should you resort to tactics and maneuvers with high variance? When you are at a disadvantage and you need to shift the balance of the fight. Now tell me, when one fighter is armed and her opponent is not, who holds the advantage? The one holding the sword. And who benefits from introduction of higher variance? The one who is unarmed. So tell me how you should have handled this scenario. I should have done my best to maintain the power advantage I had. I should have been more conservative and focused on delivering short, quick stabs without compromising my combat posture. I should have taken control of the fight's tempo and used my superior power to win a superior position to secure and assure my victory. Well, reasoned Lauren. Lena turns to me and gives a nod of recognition. Lauren, we have a guest. This is Jade, a friend to both me and the Queen. Hello. Hello, Lauren. You're Karen's daughter, aren't you? She nods. Being the princess is something that comes with a lot of responsibility. Hopefully with the help of Lena here, you'll be ready to fill your mother's shoes when the time comes. Lauren, we're done for today. Go sharpen that blade of yours. That blow to my breastplate likely dulled it. That gives us a half heart. Do we get a whole heart if we go Lauren first? Hello, Lauren. You're Karen. No, sorry, Prince. Hello, Princess. I hope you'll pardon my interruption. You're not interrupting anything. We've actually just finished for the day. Lauren, your last responsibility for today is to sharpen that blade of yours. That blow to my breastplate likely dulled it. So I get a half heart either way, apparently. Okay. Lauren picks up the sword and leaves. Hello, Jade. Hello, Lena. I hope I wasn't intruding. Not at all. I think it does the princess some good to have an occasional specter during her training. She can't live her whole life toiling away in private. It was a half heart either way, right? It just feels weird that's a half heart either way. Like, what would be the point of having an option there at all, other than just personal preference of calling her Lauren or Princess? Yeah, it's a half heart either way. Feels weird. Was that a real sword she was using? Yes. Why do you use real weapons for training? Wouldn't a wooden training sword be safer? A wooden sword lacks the same weight, feel, and heft of a real steel blade, and a dull practice blade doesn't cut through the air like a true, sharpened blade does. In order for the princess to prepare to use real weapons, she must practice with real weapons. But what if you hadn't dodged her blow the way you did? What if that blade had gone straight into your skull like she intended? Then the princess would have proved her merit in combat. My services as teacher would no longer be needed. If she misses, then I live to see another day. If she strikes me down, then the Amazon can rejoice at the fact that they have a princess who has proven her skill and overcome her teacher. Either way, it's a win-win. I'm not sure I would call it a win-win when one of the outcomes involves you dying. Then you clearly don't understand the responsibilities that an Amazon of my station carries. I am the captain of the Royal Guard. I serve the interest of the royal bloodline. What's good for the bloodline is good for all the Amazons. And I am an Amazon. So really, by sacrificing my life for the Queen, I am serving myself. That makes sense. I suppose I can understand the idea of someone devoting herself to a higher calling. I can't say that I relate to the idea of dying for a duty, but at least I understand it. Perhaps one day you will find that calling which you are willing to die for. I'll let you know if I ever do. When did you make the decision to commit your life to the welfare of the Amazon royal bloodline? Was it part of your initiation into the royal guard? I was committed to the royal bloodline long before I joined the guard. Commitment to a higher cause is not something that happens in any singular moment. It is something that you realize only in retrospect. So there's a moment of discovery and epiphany, but no moment of decision and choice. Exactly. Commitment and loyalty is not a choice you make. It is something you discover with yourself. Of course, there are vows that we take, and there is an initiation ceremony, but these rituals are mere formality. An Amazon protector is no less loyal the day before her commencement than the day after. I guess all relationships are like that. You don't ever decide to start liking someone. There usually isn't a point at which you decide to become someone's friend or companion. You only realize in retrospect that you've become close. So, Jade, would you say that we're friends? I want us to be more than friends. Do you think that maybe we're what? I don't know. I'm not sure what we are, what you call this thing between me and you. Would it be horrible for me to say right now that I'm enjoying it for what it is, whatever that may happen to be? I was thinking the exact same thing. Oh, ho, ho, ho. A heart and a half. Oh yeah, we're getting it done. Jade, you're a special woman. You're someone for that. For better or worse, I've grown quite fond. I've never felt like this before. Where will it lead? I don't know, but I want to keep feeling this excited every time I see you. I feel exactly the same way. Oh my, oh my, oh my. That's got us, that's shot Lena up, what, 2, 3 hearts just in that one conversation, so yeah. I'm sure if we have one like that for Vayriel and Galian, we'll get up there pretty quick. As long as we pay attention. Oh, and speaking of Kusho, Kusho turns to face me and nods. Ah, Jade, it's you. What are you doing? Hunting? Really? Because to me it looks like you're sitting alone doing nothing. Jade, I want you to come close, stop talking, and listen. Listen to what? Just be silent for a moment and tell me what you hear. Okay, Cusho. What do you hear? I hear nothing. Then you're not really listening. Close your eyes and tell me what you hear. I shut my eyes and listen for any sounds around me. I hear the sound of rustling leaves overhead. I hear the sound of the wind blowing through the tree branches above us. Very good. Listen more. I stay still, and after several moments, I can hear the sounds of birds chirping and wildlife moving through the forest. I hear birds and small animals. Good, good. You can open your eyes now. What was the point of that? The birds and other small woodland animals are a signal. When a possible threat approaches, they get quiet. You may recall that at first you heard nothing, not even the chirping of birds. Do you know why that was? They heard something that threatened them? Yes, specifically, they heard you. That's how I could sense your approach so easily. Even before you were close enough to hear me, I could tell that something was approaching just by the absence of sound around me. That is what I was doing before you arrived, hearing the sounds of the forest, listening to what it has to tell me. To you, it may look like I am doing nothing, but this is how part of how I hunt. What are you hunting exactly? I've encountered several bears in this part of the forest, and bears always make for a good kill. Plenty of meat, and bear skins always make a nice trophy. Waiting in the middle of the forest for a bear to arrive. It seems stressful. So you're just waiting for a bear to creep up on you? That sounds stressful. There's nothing stressful about it. I know that if a bear and I come to blows, I'll be the one to win. Do you ever find yourself overcome by anxiety, though? All you're doing is waiting for the moment when your adversary will make their presence known. No, I don't find myself getting anxious. The forest often speaks to me in reassuring tones as I wait. I thought you were just waiting on the forest to tell you when someone or something had shown up. The forest tells me lots of things. Sometimes it's telling me that a large predatory has arrived. Other times, the forest is just telling me what is happening today. The birds have many different songs, you know. You can tell their mood by the songs they sing. What's today's song like? It's one of the more melancholy ones. Unfortunately, it seems to be a recent trend. Coincidentally, I noticed the birds seem to be more pessimistic around the time that you first showed up. You don't think I'm responsible, do you? No, of course not. The birds changed their tune shortly before you became a regular visitor to this forest. But hearing the birds sing to each other in upset tones, it does fill me with a certain sense of determination. I don't think it's any coincidence that the birds changed their tune when the blight began creeping across the land. It makes me all the more certain that volunteering to join you and fight by your side in Namar was the right choice. I'm glad to hear it, Kusho. I'm glad to hear it. Is that all we can do today? We don't have 700 coins for the staff, so shop is off. Yep, I think that's everything for day 40. Hello, Desira. Jade, it's good to see you. What have you been up to recently? Have you decided to pursue your old passion of bread making? As a matter of fact, yes. Though things didn't go so well. What was the problem? Are you having trouble finding a kitchen? No, I found a local baker who was kind enough to let me use his faculties after he had shut down business for the day. I got all the ingredients ready to cook. However, the outcome was a bit lacking. In what sense? Desira reaches into the basket hanging from her arm and pulls out a piece of bread that looks like a pita. This was the result. Do you want me to try it? I really wouldn't recommend it. If there was any doubt in my mind as to whether the result was good or not, I would want your opinion. But I'm pretty certain that this batch was a bit of a disaster. I would like to try it anyway. Why don't you let me be the judge of that? All right, if you insist, but don't say I didn't warn you. Desira hands me the piece of bread, and I bite into it. The bread is tough, and I have to physically pull the bread away from my face to tear off a bite. I chew for several seconds. The bread has a doughy consistency, almost like it's not fully cooked, despite the outside of it being hard and cracked. So you didn't get the temperature right, is what you did. It was probably too high. That's how you know you got the temperature too high, is if the outside gets too well done, it's not done in the inside. You have to put it at a lower temperature for longer. After several more slow and painful chews, I managed to choke it down. Well, how bad was it? It wasn't that bad. That gives me a half heart. Okay, so I want to go back, double check. I'll take your word for it. Make sure that's not a better option. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Still, it's bread. It's not like there's a lot of complex flavors that go into something like that. How exactly do you make bad bread? Okay, so we get a half heart there anyways. It's all about the consistency. When you bake bread, you want it to taste like, well, baked bread. If the bread doesn't taste like it's been baked, if it comes out with a wet, doughy consistency, that's when you know that something's gone horribly wrong. That happened to you? Yep, I blame the air. I'm sorry, the air? The air is different here in Grimoire compared to Hammerhands. It's a lot more humid. Hammerhands is dry. When I cooked in Hammerhands, I would actually add more water to the dough to give the bread a proper moistness and make sure that it baked evenly. I carried those habits with me to Grimoire, so I ended up making the dough too wet. That would explain the doughy consistency. Also, it's colder here in Grimoire. When I was in Hammerhands, I would take the bread out of the oven early and let the bread finish outside the oven. You know, when you take the bread out of the oven, the outside is actually hotter than the interior. So if you take it out early, the hot exterior will actually continue to heat up the inside. It seems strange, but the inside of the bread can actually get hotter after it comes out of the oven. That seems like a counterintuitive idea, but I'll take your word for it. The problem is that if the ambient temperature is too cold, then the bread's crust cools faster, and that prevents the inside from baking all the way through. So going from a hot and dry climate to Grimoire resulted in my bread being undercooked. That means an unpleasant, doughy, and tough texture. Sorry things didn't turn out better. It's okay, it was a good learning experience. I'll do better next time. Okay, I'm just curious. Just going to go over here. Try this. Okay, you're right, it's pretty bad. I knew that I wasn't going to make something delicious in my first attempt, but I'm surprised that things went so wrong. Where exactly did things go wrong? Okay, so that's the best we can get is a half heart, it looks like. Looks like the best we can do is a half heart. The pained expression on your face says otherwise. I've never seen someone look so unhappy as they chewed. Well, I guess there's no use in trying to hide it. I knew that I wasn't going to make something delicious. Yeah, okay, so it's a half heart no matter what. The air is different. Next time. The bread came out bad, but in the process of making it, I realized I really enjoy it. It is a fun thing to do. Not only is it fun to actually do it, but as long as you don't fuck it up, it can be even fun afterwards too. I thought it would trigger some nostalgia in me, but I think that the real appeal for me was the process itself. Mixing ingredients, kneading dough, and smelling the hot loaf as it comes out of the oven. Everything about it just felt right to me. Until I got to the tasting part, that is. I have no illusions of ever being exceptionally good at this, but you know it does make a good hobby. Just a little something to distract me from the horrors of the world. I'm glad you found a hobby. Desira, I know we're all focused on our mission, and the business of Namar weighs heavy on my mind, but it's important to find ways to stay sane. It seems like baking is that little escape for you. Oh shit, we got two more hearts. We've almost got Desira. What about you? How do you escape from the trials and tribulations of these trying times? Me? I come and visit my friends and listen to them tell me about their hobbies. Well, I'm glad to have been of service, and anyway, thanks for stopping by. It's nice to have someone to talk to about things, even the unimportant things of life. Okay, time to go to the arena again. I see a familiar-looking dwarf sitting on a rock by the Grimoire Town gates. His legs are crossed, and his hands are placed deliberately on his knees, as if he's about to prostrate himself in a bow. Both his eyes are closed, and he wears an expression of relaxed concentration. Galan seems to be deep in thought, and whatever it is, I feel like it would be rude to interrupt him. A fly buzzes around his head, but Galan makes no motion to swat it away. The fly lands on his hand. I see the muscles on his hand tense, but a moment later they relax, and Galan remains sitting, eyes shut, with the fly on his arm. The fly takes off and lands again, this time choosing his nose as a landing spot. His nose wrinkles, but the fly doesn't move. I watch as Galan scrunches and contorts his face, until finally he snaps. Blast it. Galan raises a hand and smacks himself in the face, missing the fly by a hair. Whoa there, don't hurt yourself. Galan looks up at me and smiles. Jade, you were watching that? What are you doing, some kind of prayer? I was meditating, or trying to at any rate. It's a habit I've been trying to develop. Why meditate here of all places, with people constantly walking by to enter the city? It's not exactly the most private spot. I mean, I found you. Why not pick some place more secluded? Meditating is a bit of a skill. Learning to be mindful, regardless of your surrounding circumstances, is a big part of the exercise. Did someone teach you this? I once served as an escort for a traveling monk. He tried to persuade me to try meditating with him. Looks like he succeeded. No, he failed miserably. At the time I thought the practice was silly, sitting alone and just thinking. It seemed like a mix of boredom and pointlessness. It wasn't until years after that I tried to recall what the monk had tried to teach me. So what changed? I'm trying to control my temper. A berserker's rage, when focused, can be a powerful tool, but when unfocused, I can easily hurt people I don't intend to hurt. I thought that practicing mindfulness and meditation would give me a greater sense of inner peace. Has it worked? Yes, it has, but it's not an overnight transformation. I still lose my temper now and then. It's a slow process. I always thought that the idea of meditating seemed really dull and boring, but it's actually quite intense. What exactly is meditation? Just sitting still and focusing your mind on something? I could try to explain it to you, but I think that doing something can be more informative than hearing about it. What do you mean? Would you like to try meditating? I'm by no means an expert, but I think I could help guide you through a session. Sure, Galan, I'll try meditating with your help. Sure, I'll give it a try. What am I supposed to do? Can you be comfortable sitting on a rock? I've learned how to be comfortable in lots of positions and places. Sitting on a rock is no problem for me. Galan stands up and gestures to the stone where he is sitting. I take a seat. Get comfortable in a position that you won't mind holding for the next few minutes. I'm not allowed to move. If you don't do it right, you won't move. If you do it right, you won't want to move. Start by taking deep breaths. I breathe several times. Deep breaths means breathing so loudly that the people around you could hear if they bothered to listen. I heave several more heavy breaths. Now close your eyes. I shut my eyes. Focus on the sounds around you. Don't try to concentrate on any individual sound. Just hear what's around you. Try to paint a picture in your head of your surroundings. I listen. I hear the chatter of several women on the other side of the city gate. I can't make out the individual words, but based on their hushed tones, it must be some kind of gossip. There are several birds chirping. They seem to be stationary. Below me, birds not in flight, but on the ground. Come to think of it, I wonder if the birds around the plains of Namar have been disturbed any. The plague has ravaged the landscape. I suppose it's no surprise seeing crows when there's so much rot around, but what about the other birds, like jays and sparrows? Remember, focus on the sounds and sensations around you. If you find your mind wandering and turning to other thoughts, let those thoughts pass and turn your attention back to what's around you. I take another deep breath and try to concentrate again on the things around me. I hear the sound of a wheeled cart moving through the streets. There's a rhythmic nature to the sound, with a slight thunk every second or so. The wheel must be damaged. Whoever owns that wagon really should get that wheel fixed. An uneven wheel puts stress on the... No, don't get distracted. Just try to take everything in. I shut my eyes tighter. I hear a soft pattering on the ground, like the sound of children's footsteps. Boo! I open my eyes just in time to see a small boy who starts giggling and runs off. I think that's enough for today. Does that happen often? Mischievous children coming up and disturbing your meditation? Not really, no. But I have noticed some children staring at me on occasion. I guess I look too intimidating for them to want to bother me. I don't look intimidating to you. Not as intimidating as I am, apparently. Anyway, what did you think of your meditation session? It was only a few minutes, but what you did is similar to what I try to do. It was actually a lot more intense than I expected. Trying to focus on your surroundings and not let your mind wander. It's harder than I thought it would be. And that was with you constantly reminding me. How do you manage to do it alone, with no one else to keep you on track? It's not easy, especially for someone like me, but it does get easier when you make it a daily practice. This has been really interesting, Galan. I never imagined that a hammer-toting dwarf with a unique talent for losing his temper would be the one to teach me about meditation. If you really want to understand meditation, I could recommend finding someone more practiced than I am. Perhaps a monk could assist you. Honestly, I'm not that interested in meditation, but I think now I understand you a little bit better than I did before. Thanks for sharing this with me, Galan. Any time. So I bet I can still max out Galan even though I left him behind. Maybe. We've still got 4 hearts to go, but I bet maybe we can still max out Galan even though I left him behind, which is kind of cool. I'm really hoping that the half heart of bringing them to me with the thingy isn't the push that really makes things, you know. Okay, Grand Tree I think still has one more item, at least defensive wise, and that's shield. That's 380, but that is that day completed. So I will save because it is 1800 and I am hungry and I want to go eat. I have some yummy grilling cheese in there, some halloumi. That is just absolutely delicious. Let's see what we've got going on here. Do we have anybody on B-Stream that I am cognizant of that I want to raid? Do, 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 do. Let's see. Oh, maybe. Are you still on? I do love some Choo Choo Charles. Are you still playing, my friend? She, she's in the ending credits. Or are those the beginning credits? I think those were the end credits. Okay, so maybe not her, because she's probably about to wrap up. Um, okay, so it doesn't look like I know anybody on B-Stream that isn't probably about to end. She could probably be trying to play another game after, I don't know. But for right now, unless somebody on B-Stream has somebody that they want to recommend, nobody on B-Stream for the raid. So, um, Twitch. Let's see, what are our options on Twitch? Okay, I could do that one. They have a very sporadic schedule, so I don't get to rate them as much. What is that? I don't know what the game. What's that game? Oh, that looks weird. I don't know about that. No, not her. Not her. I don't know about that game. That looks weird. Okay, so we will do Demon Blood 666 on Twitch. So feel free to copy this here raid message, and we will head over there. And like I said, if Twitch has one or VStream has one, feel free to shout out. Otherwise, no raid on VStream.